I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it up,
You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday night, 11 p.m., March 4th, 2023. And we are continuing our playthrough of a game from a company called A Killing Affair in their Lovely City series, Season 1. This is a set called The Independence Day Killer. Yesterday we played episode 1. Today we're playing episode 2. Let me just check in with the chat, make sure everything is working. If you haven't seen episode 1, yesterday, this stream will make no sense. You'll need to start there. And this will be full of spoilers. This is a story-based mystery game. You can only watch it once. So if you think you might want to play this game yourself, you should stop watching as soon as we get started. I can see Jonathan is checking the alert. Alert is working fine. All right. Anything we need to talk to before we get started? I forget if I mentioned that I rewatched Heat in the last couple days. It's a great movie, Robert De Niro heist movie. And one of the actors in it, Tom Sizemore, died yesterday, which is a shame because he was a really good tough guy. If you watch Heat, there are scenes where you're just looking at faces of the bank robbers and you know that these are serious guys who aren't messing around. It's a very compelling just to have the camera on their faces. So it's sad. I was just talking with Greg about how Philip Seymour Hoffman was a very special actor, and it's sad that we've lost some good ones. Okay. Before we jump into episode 2, let's recap a little bit. What I've done here is we're obviously going to need all of the boxes. They're not completely standalone. One of the things that's nice about doing this YouTube channel is being able to talk to people as we play these games and talk after we play them. So Jonathan left some comments yesterday after yesterday's stream, which were very perceptive. Yesterday was very interesting. We thought we were going into a puzzle-based game, and it turns out this is much more of a classic cold case document dump game. But what was interesting yesterday is that we got like the materials, the evidence, and the documents for a full evening session game, and we played a full evening session game. And but what was different is that we got basically one simple question about two people to eliminate, and they were both eliminated from one simple piece of evidence. Jonathan was remarking that a different group, especially a novice group, might have missed that piece of evidence and struggled. There are hints, so I think they'd be okay. But it was just we've never seen such a trade-off in a number of documents versus how little actual deduction we've had to use. Though we did spend a good chunk of time on the cipher. But anyway, we've got a lot of evidence that I suspect we'll need to be using for the rest of the case. It's not like the evidence from yesterday, case 1, episode 1 is done with. So I've got it still all in front of us here. The only thing I did was so we've got our map and our photos of suspects. I suspect we'll want to have that on the table at all times. And then we've got our 2 case files from our 2 murders, Dolly in 2014, Mandy a year later, also on July 4th, 2015. The only thing I did was we had 3 pieces of evidence that were in bags, and I've just used scans of them. Here's the scan of the message that was in the shell. So I've just scanned it out so that we can look at it without having to open those things. So we're going to put all of our documents aside. In fact, we'll probably want to go read through them again. I mean, I know we're going to want to go read through them again. Because there's some detailed, dense interviews that I'm sure have interesting, useful information for us. But so those are our 2 case files. The other thing I did was we decoded the ciphered message from the killer, and I just wrote out the dictionary as we know it so far. So here's how we decode. This is how we decoded the message here. I've just written out its alphabet. I'm guessing we're going to get more messages from this person. So this should come in handy. We've got our notebook. Now, the other thing I did, which we tend to do when we play longer games, is I've made a Google Docs for notes for this case. Let me bring them up for you, and let me see if I can get my keyboard working here. All right, let's see. Okay, so I just wrote up some notes. Basically, I've got our transcripts. I've got our transcribing of the notes. So the first encoded note, ciphered note, said, "Where there's no vision, there's no hope." And the second note that the killer left was, "However bad life may seem, there's always something you can do and succeed at. While there's life, there's hope." I'll just point out something weird. Both of those scenes, like I was thinking, is there a extra message in there? Because they're awkward. They're awkwardly phrased. In fact, the second message there is really awkwardly phrased because he uses a contraction and then he doesn't. So look at that end of the second note. There is always something you can do and succeed at. While there's life, contraction, there's life, there is hope. That's weird. Like, why use a contraction where while there's life, there's hope? That would flow better. So I wonder if that means anything. Then we found written in black light, we found some note that the killer wrote on her calendar, on Dolly's calendar, which was very spooky, that said, "Revenge is bittersweet, but yet revenge is all I seek." And then I've transcribed the shell note, which said, "Bianca knew Dolly had meeting with Adkins that week." And let's just amend this here. It's a shell note under Mandy's table. That's significant where it was found because we're not sure if the killer might have overlooked it. And so maybe it was carried by Mandy. I'm trying to remember if Mandy's scene was the one that had glasses broken and stuff. It might pay to relook at that. Like, how could that have gotten under the table, or did the killer plant it? ME says, just put a comment on your first video. You didn't mention or notice that the second DUI for Mandy wasn't just in July. It was dated 4th of July. Whoa, that is pretty huge, because we don't know why this killer is doing things on July 4th, but we think there might be a tie-in with her DUI. And if Emmy is saying that actually we've got a DUI event that happened on July 4th, yes, it was. So, July 4th, 2004, second offense, 90 days probation, no fines. Sure, doesn't sound like she injured someone, but it is interesting that the first murder happens. Well, she gets murdered 11 years earlier. The weird thing is that Dolly's not involved in this one that we know of, but the group seems to have some suspicion that maybe Dolly helped her cover it up. But yes, that's very interesting. On the other hand, people are drinking on on July 4th, so maybe it's just a coincidence. Getting back to my notes here, I've just got some notes about both murders, the times of deaths, and a couple questions, and we'll try to fill this in as we go. I did not, however, go back through the documents and add stuff to the notes. So there's lots of stuff in the documents that hasn't yet been added to this notes. These are just sort of off the top of my head, and if we think of some new stuff, we will. Jonathan and Anna have access to edit this. If anyone else joins us regularly for these live streams and wants at least read access to the live stream notes as we go, just email me at coopfor2@gmail.com, and I can add you to the list of people who are allowed to view these live stream notes. All right. Are we ready to open box 2? I mean, that's a pretty giant discovery that Emmy just made about the DUI happening on July 4th. And also Emmy says, I'm guessing 2 times on the photo would be the time the photo was taken and the time it was uploaded to the website. It's possible. It's possible, though we saw lots of photos that didn't seem to have timestamps, so I'm not sure if that's true. Okay. Shall we get started? Let's open box 2. So I'm going to put, let's see, the box 1 stuff's out of the way. We'll put our map where we can see it. And I'll put this here. Let's get out box 2. As a reminder, this has been played once before by someone else on our channel, Jonathan Jang, and we traded for the Blair Witch. But Jonathan has reassembled everything for us. And so far, so good. Okay, so episode 2. So we remember this. This one we read when we finish it. Here's our introduction, and then here's lots of evidence and stuff in the case. It looks like we've got another... Oh no, it's slightly different. Let's see. Let's make sure there's nothing new here that we don't know about. It does say episode 2 of this newsletter. Check the inventory. Okay, so it tells us case 2 password is this if we want Hantor to check the inventory. We could check the inventory since this is a used copy. I think for now we won't worry about it. When we're ready to solve it, eliminate suspects. That's our main goal, is seems to consistently be eliminate suspects. All right, so that's just normal. Anyway. Anyone else up to anything interesting since we last spoke? I guess not since we last spoke. That was yesterday. All right. So we've got one document file, one cold case file, and a bunch of stuff. Let's read the introduction and see if it sets stuff up for us. Detective. Hope you can do better than us here at the station. Kimball and I have been working close with the evidence unit to make sure nothing is missed for your review of the case. Henry Hopper was found murdered in his vehicle just before midnight on the 4th of July. He was found by a patrolling officer in a parking lot. Parking lot was just off of Riverside. Again, we've got Riverside Drive seems to be the source of much of our trouble here. All of our victims so far have been near there before they were killed in their home. This time, this guy was in his parking lot. Henry was born and raised here in Lovely City. He was a model citizen with 2 young children and worked for a charitable organization called MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. Here we go. Here's our connection again to drunk driving and MAD. This time he works for MAD. I'm sending you a few items that we found in his vehicle and bagged for evidence. In his glove compartment, we found a USB that no one at the department has been able to open. We also found a box full of these sparkler hand ants and a candle, and it looks like a menu Henry was working on for Bianca for the cafe. Okay, so another connection to Bianca and the cafe. A what? Sparkler hand something? Sparkler hand. They're sparklers. Oh, I don't know what this word is. Handouts. Sparkler handouts. I see. Sparkler handouts, a candle, and it looks like a menu Henry was working on for Bianca for the cafe. We also have gathered other evidence from our suspects. We'll be sending these to you when and if we feel they'll be helpful to the case. I'm pretty sure you'll find enough evidence in this case file to eliminate at least one suspect. Trish. Okay, so we now have our mission. Our mission is to eliminate one suspect, and we've got a new dead body and 2 connections to our previous cases. He worked for Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and seems like he also worked for Bianca at the cafe. Okay. And it looks like maybe we've got an update to our picture list of people. We've got 4 new people. Henry Hopper, Roy Rivera, and Holly Hopper. Boy, this game likes alliteration. Everyone has the same letter last name as first name. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so the dead person is Henry Hopper, this guy. Let's take a look at Henry. Found dead in the parking lot. Looks like he was married. Not in his home, which is interesting. Okay, let's put these over here. All right. Again, Riviera Drive. Both our victims were there right before. Both their victims were there right before they headed home where they were killed. Seems like maybe they were given some GHB. Let's find out if Henry Hopper, his situation with, did he have GHB? Someone points out that Rivera is the name of the judge. That's a very good observation. This is Riverside, not Rivera, but Riverside, and Rivera is the judge. That is interesting. Wonder if he's named for it. All right, let's see what we've That's it, huh? Oh, I guess. Oh, we got. So here's his case for Henry Hopper. And then we've just got a bunch of evidence. So she said she's including evidence. Did she? She said she found evidence from the previous case as well. But, okay, so we've got a card with the phone number on it. And search warrant. Email. Trying to see what we should look at first. I guess let's look at, last time we went through the evidence first, but I think this time we should go through the case, and only when it refers to evidence should we retrieve the evidence. So let's do it that way. All right, here's our police report for Henry Hopper's death. Male, white, home address 12 Orchard Grove Avenue. All right, well, we've been locating their homes and addresses, so let's do that here, or at least approximately. Orchard Grove Avenue. Wouldn't mind if they gave us a little more detail about where these, whoops, where's my cubes? Wouldn't mind if they gave us some estimate of when they gave us an address, like a cross street or something. Okay. Found in Riverside. Maybe it doesn't matter where he lives, but it's nice to point it out. 12 Orchard Grove. All right, let's try to find Orchard Grove. Oh, okay, that one was quick. There's Orchard Grove. So somewhere on Orchard Grove is Henry, but he was found at the Riverside Drive parking ramp. Not sure where that is. Riverside Drive goes all the way here. So somewhere on Riverside Drive. 7/5/16. So again, a year later, another murder. And Tina thinks this is going to be the older man that Mandy was talking to. Let's see. I was dispatched to the parking ramp on the corner of Riverside Drive and Detroit Avenue. So sorry to take another break here, but let's find where Riverside and Detroit Avenue is. There's Riverside. Looks like maybe right. Okay, right there. Okay, there's Riverside and Detroit. Okay, I was dispatched to the parking ramp. Arriving at the scene at 11:55 p.m. on July 4th, I was met by Officer Jennings, who had discovered the body while patrolling the area. The parking ramp is a low-traffic ramp and is occasionally occupied by homeless and teenagers. Upon approaching the vehicle, I noticed on the ground nearby a broken glass from the driver's side window, splattered blood, a large knife, which appeared to be the murder weapon, and a piece of paper next to the knife. The driver was in his vehicle, hunched over, leaning toward the passenger side. He appeared to have several stab wounds. On the passenger side was his cell phone, and the glove box was left open. In the glove box was a USB stick, a candle from beeswax, a crossword puzzle, and vehicle auto insurance and registration. The back seat contained a box full of 4th of July items. We reviewed the documents in the glove compartment to obtain a name and address. We discovered that it was the body of Henry Hopper, MAD event coordinator. Evidence was bagged at the scene, photos were taken, the body was removed, and vehicle towed to station for further investigation. Trish Tate. So a couple of things to notice. First of all, we've got another connection with beeswax, which a couple of our suspects have mentioned. Crossword puzzle. That's interesting. There was a crossword puzzle on a piece of newspaper we looked at before that we ignored. He's left the knife as usual. One thing that's a little strange, however, is that this is the third time the phone of our victim has been like left sitting there. It's a little odd. Like in the other two cases, they were at home. It made sense that they dropped their phone off on the table and then they were killed. This is a little almost like it's staged. I'm not sure. All right, well, let's find those pieces of evidence that were mentioned here. So there was a note with symbols found near the victim's body, which we now know how to decode. There's also a USB stick, which the game has given us a photo of instead of the real thing. Some 4th of July items, sparklers. There's the beeswax candle. Looks like a real candle of beeswax. All right, let's put those off to the side while we continue here. You let me know if you want to look at something first. If you want to look at those evidence before we continue. Here's the medical examiner's report. Anna reminds us beeswax was Dolly's late father's company. That's right. JJ mentioned that he was like a father to him and gave him a job there. That's right. That's right. And then Dolly's father died. I wonder if that circumstance is important to us. Okay, here's his autopsy report, and look what I see. Looking at the diagram, it's the exact pattern. Once in the eye, and then 3 times in the chest. And more bruising. What's the deal with everyone being bruised? Is someone recreating a DUI crash? Is that what we're going to find out? Bruising in different areas, though. So they're not recreating the same wound. In Mandy's case, we thought the bruising might have been... You know what? I don't think the killer is doing this. I think in Mandy's case, we were told the bruising was old, and I sort of assumed it was from her ex-boyfriend beating her up, but I wonder if the bruising isn't from... I was going to say bruising from a DUI, like a crash they were in the past. We'll have to look back on this. Maybe we want to make a note. One of our questions is the bruising, who's doing the bruising? What's the source of bruising? Is the killer doing it? I thought in Mandy's case we were told the bruising was old, but now I'm not 100% sure. No, again, no defense wounds. So again, it looks like this guy was drugged first. Investigating Officer Kim Kimball again. It's not going to turn out to be our detective, is it? Okay, blue hair, brown eyes, mustache, no beard. 5'11", kind of a large guy. 3 penetrating stab wounds to the chest, 1 penetrating stab wound to the eye. Bruising found on back of head and back of neck from blunt force. No sign of whether the bruising is old, though. Bruising on the back of the head and the back of the neck. We'll have to look at all the bruising later. And here, these cops, these aren't the best cops, but one nice thing that these cops were trained to do is make good crime scene drawings. Okay, vehicle of Henry Hopper, parking lot on corner of Riverside Drive and Detroit Avenue. There's the car. There's the body. He's looking over towards the passenger seat. Murder weapon again left at the scene of the crime next to the bloody note. And broken glass. What do you think that means? The person broke the glass and then reached in and killed him. That's kind of what it sounds like. Like the guy got in his car, passed out from the drugs. This person had to break the glass and then stab him to death. Here's the phone again sitting on the chair. I just find that a little odd. Cardboard box in the back seat with the sparklers and the MAD logo. Cell phone and wallet left on front seat of the car. Glove compartment left open. Inside was candle from Beeswax, USB drive, word search puzzle, vehicle registration and insurance. So, did the killer open... I got two interesting issues for you. One is, if the killer opened this glove compartment and we find a black light note, like, I wonder if we didn't overlook Mandy's note, Mandy's scribble. Like, this killer seems very regular. And we found that the killer had actually gone into Dolly's house and left an obvious note, but then left a secret note that the black light revealed. And if he's messing around in this guy's glove compartment, leaving us a message, leaving us a secondary message in secret, it makes me wonder if we didn't overlook a secret message on Mandy's items. Now, of course, the cops could have overlooked that. So even if he did, we might not have gotten it. But it's something to think about. All right. That's our scene of the crime. And again, I'm curious about whether the killer has staged this phone. Now, one interesting thing is, let's think about it. Killer breaks in, stabs the guy to death. Unlike our first case where he went to the bathroom and washed up, he's got no opportunity to wash up here. So if he did go to the glove compartment, wouldn't he have left traces of blood? Jonathan makes a good point that has come up in a previous case that we've played, which is, why is the glass on the outside of the car and no mention of glass on the inside? Is it possible that the killer was actually sitting here, stabbed him, and then the glass got broken out somehow? Rather than the killer being here, and then the killer came and staged this. That's an interesting question. Let's see what else is in this report. So, cops have applied for a search warrant is what we're looking at. A very realistic looking search warrant, I must say. Asked for it a couple days after he was found. They've asked for a search warrant for property located at 210 Northwood Avenue. I, Kim Kimball, federal law enforcement officer or an attorney for the government, request a search warrant and state under penalty of perjury that I have reason to believe that on the following person or property location, the home of Holly Hopper, 210 Northwood Avenue. The basis for this search under Federal Criminal Penal Code 41 is evidence of a crime, contraband property. Application is based on these facts. Based on information set forth, search of the suspect's home is believed to lead to evidence of the case numbers listed. And then we've got a signature of Judge Roy Roberts. Let's remember that we've got signatures on lots of different documents. If we ever have to check signatures like of a judge or something, or someone who's not one of our suspects that are interviewed, we might find them on various papers. Okay, so for some reason, Kim Kimball suspects the wife, Holly Hopper, who lives at a different address, right? This is not his home address, according to the police report. This is not his address. Maybe this is ex-wife. Let's see if Kim explains why she suspects the ex-wife. I see. It's going to be insurance again. Lincoln Heritage Insurance Company. We're looking at an insurance beneficiary change form. Henry Hopper's insured for $500,000. Completed in ink, cannot be altered. Use of correction fluid. Print legibly. Lists the full name of the new beneficiary. Then it goes and describes what's a primary beneficiary, a contingent beneficiary, if the primary deceased, various details about state regulations. Okay, so the primary beneficiary is Holly. It lists her address at 210 Northwood. No phone number. And it's Henry Hopper on 6/26. So a week ago, 10 days ago or so, he changed his beneficiary to Holly. It's not clear who it was before. And then we've got another witness, Jack Jones, who seems to be using the same signature as our judge, Roy Roberts, the same font. Maybe generic font. It's interesting that this game is using all these different signature fonts instead of real signatures. I don't love that. I think a real signature would be a little better, but maybe there's good reason for it. All right, well, here it says she's still the wife. So why was it changed recently? What did it used to be? And that's all we have. This surely is not the only reason she got a search warrant for the wife. Let's look at the rest of this file. Surely she's gathered some evidence. All right, we've got a newspaper article about the killing. Independence Day Killer Strikes Again by Zach Zimmerman. Okay, not our normal Heather. Heather has taken the day off here. 35-year-old Henry Hopper was found murdered in his vehicle just before midnight on July 4th. This will be the third year that Lovely City has lost a resident on the same night. For Lovely residents, what should be a day of celebrating our freedom has become a day for mourning and loss. Sources told the Daily Press that Henry's body was discovered by a patrolling officer on the corner of Riverside Drive and Detroit Avenue. His vehicle was parked in the overflow parking ramp in a very isolated area. Detective Trish Tate told reporters in an interview early this morning, "We have enough evidence to believe this brutal murder was likely performed by the same person who killed Dolly Dobbs and Mandy Moray." The detective went on to say, however, "We have not been able to determine the connection between the three victims and have little to go on. If anyone has any information regarding these victims, please call our case hotline." This nightmare began in July of 2014 when Dolly Dobbs, the owner of the Irish pub and Wildflower Cafe, was found dead in her home. Exactly 1 year later, Mandy Moray was also found murdered in her home. Mandy was a close friend and employee of Dolly Dobbs. No suspects were ever made public in either case. At the time of Mandy Moray's murder, detectives felt the two cases were related. It's unclear to the Daily Press why the detectives feel all three cases are related, and when questioned, Detective Tate stated, "We will not be releasing those details to the public at this time." Hopper was an event coordinator for Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. That night, he was working at the annual Riverside Fireworks Show. He was leaving the event when his life was taken from him. He is survived by his ex-wife, Holly Hopper, and 2 children. Aha, okay, so she was the ex-wife. All right, let's see what the channel is saying something interesting. Suspicious about the USB. It was blood by Mandy computer. Her USB or file taken from her computer and now planted. Just speculation for now, but want to see what's on there. Yeah, that is an interesting idea. Okay, and then the back of this newspaper clipping is something by Annie Allen. Looks like Annie Allen has a question and answer column in the paper. Annie Allen is the new girlfriend of Donnie Dobbs, the widow of Dolly. So she's got an Instagram. We're told by the game, if you see something like this, like an Instagram, that you'll want to pull this up. So let's pull this up. I don't know if I have it. This is not my favorite part. At Amy Allen. Let's see if we can pull this up and if it will show it to me or try to make me log in. Okay, so here it is. That is indeed Annie Allen living it up on Instagram. And we're reminded by Anna that she's also the daughter of the mayor. That's why she didn't want to speak to us. She's got 8 posts, 175 followers, and 78 following. Unfortunately, it wants me to log in. Now, I do have a Co-op for 2 login, but I won't remember it. So I'm going to, if we want to see her post, we probably have to log in. Okay, so is it gonna... Okay, so we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to do that offline. Maybe I can, well, it's not showing to you. Let me see if it remembers my, of all the passwords to remember, this would be a nice one for it to remember on this computer if it wants to save every password, but that's not the one it wants. Okay, so on our to-do list, we're going to have to get me logged into Instagram and Facebook on the laptop, on the tablet. But for now, we won't worry about that. Let's just read it. Let's read what she's got here. Dear Annie, I'm 17. My mom won't let me dye my hair. Earlier this year, she finally let me color it red, which I've wanted for years. I went blonde for my sister's wedding, naturally blonde. I don't like it because it's boring. A ton of people comment me on my hair, but I don't care what people think. I just want to be me and not anyone else. So my mom is being too controlling. She says I have to stay blonde until I can pay for it myself and I don't have a job. My parents are very strict and I would never be allowed to get a tattoo, but I want my red hair back. How do I go about convincing her that no matter how much people love the blonde, I don't like it and I want to change? Natural blonde. And he says, Dear Natural Blonde, when a person changes hair color more than twice in 1 year, it can seriously damage the hair. Also, red is the hardest color to maintain. It tends to oxidize and turn brassy. I'm speaking from experience. All right, so we know now Annie used to dye her head red. It can also be expensive. If you want to go red once you're working and can afford it, you can make your own decisions. But in the meantime, listen to your mother. She's acting in your best interest. Next letter. Dear Annie, I have a friend, John. About a year ago, John started dating Jessica. She's great. They travel together and they seem great together. Seems like they were getting serious. They just visited her hometown and John met all her family. And then we lost the rest of that one, but then we have another one. Dear concerned friend, you do have permission to worry about your friend. However, he seems unhappy, only that his relationship. If he's having the kind of relationship that I have, regardless of what it means, it's cut off. So I'm just reading what we can see. Assuming the best, mind your own business. Definitely the path of least resistance. Stop walking on eggshells. Ask a question. We know what's going on with Jessica. We don't see her very much. We want to get to know her better. John might choose to respect this, her privacy. I give Mike credit for carrying on, choosing to go solo. Okay, then we've got another message. Dear Annie, my 5-year-old has been every day I pick him up. He's always in trouble, alone, biting, hitting, spitting, because I wanted to. Okay, so anyway, just excerpts from the back of this one. Doesn't seem like there's anything important there. And then here are our 3 victims so far. Dolly, Mandy, and now Henry. All right. Then what have we got here? It looks like Henry has a daily planner here. 9 a.m. So this was July 4th, the day he was murdered. 9 a.m. Meet with Mayor Andy. Go over logistics for tonight's events. Remember, he's an event planner for MAD. 12 noon. Pick up party favors and handouts for tonight. 3 p.m. Late lunch with Heather. Go over details for tonight. This could be our newspaper reporter / suspect, Heather Hitchcock, because we know she's involved in MAD. 4:30 p.m. Riverside to start setting up. Don't forget, call John for more candles. Call the pub for donations. That could be another tie-in with our Irish pub. Gift certificates for giveaways. Okay. We might want to check this for black light. In fact, maybe let's leave that for later. I did want to find out what the time of death. Time of death from his autopsy, 11:25 p.m. So let's make a card for Henry. So 11:25 p.m. on this July 4th. Okay, we can match that with the others. They were all killed in the evening. Okay. No drug report. That's right. And they didn't do a toxicology. Why did our police officers not do a toxicology on him? That's an oversight, but these police officers do make mistakes. Okay. Then we've got a word search puzzle. It looks like. I don't know why it's not going to a more default view here. Word search puzzle for Bianca. Placemat ideas. I think he's suggesting for the cafe that he works for, the Wildflower Cafe that Bianca is the boss at. He's saying, hey, make a placemat with a word search in it. Then a little bit of a riddle here. You measure my life in hours, and I serve you by expiring. I'm quick when I'm thin and slow when I'm fat. The wind is my enemy. Same handwriting. Is it these over here that's confusing it? What is it seeing that's making it zoom out? Okay. I'm not sure how solving that would help us. Okay, not sure why there was a paper clip on this. Maybe it was holding these two things together. Okay, well, unless there's some blacklight writing on these. And in the channel, Nantina has said the answer to this riddle is a candle. I'm quick when I'm thin, slow when I'm fat. Wind is my enemy. Yes, the answer to that is candle. Good perception. How does it help us? We don't know. Okay, and then we've got a bunch of interviews. Let's see. Before we look at the interviews, let's look at the evidence. All right. So first, let's start with our note that we think we know how to decrypt. All right, here's his note from the killer, and here's our decryption key. So let's see what it says. L, and then I believe this is a letter we don't know. E, I, and N. There's the letter we don't know. Oh, it's upside down. That makes more sense. Okay. H, O. We know this, don't we? H, O, P, hope. There's no dot on this one. Let me just. Hope is THONLYTWIN. The only thing. I believe this is still our I, T, R, O, N, G, E, R. The only thing stronger. T, H, A, N, F, E, A, R. Hope is the only thing stronger than fear. Okay, so this killer is just leaving little pieces. They're not really clues to his identity or anything. It's just little pieces of wisdom he's giving us. And Tina is thinking maybe he's leaving a different, maybe Hope, he keeps referring to Hope, and Tina's thinking maybe Hope is actually the name of someone, not really talking about Hope. That's an interesting idea. Okay. What else do we got? There's the USB drive. USB drive found in victim's glove box. Put this aside for now. Let's see what happens. What this, presumably we would get a real USB drive, but here we've got a photo of it and a QR code. So the game is letting us simulate the USB by going to this website when we want to take a look at it. All right, let's put this aside for now while we look at the rest of these. Okay. Then they found some sparklers. Sparkle and shine, happy 4th of July. Mad, no more victims. Mothers against drunk driving. All right, so unless we want to scan this for black light, it feels like it's just a little bit of a silly prop to let us know he was going on behalf of Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And then here we have the candle found in the glove box. Beeswax and teak wood. Yeah, it smells like one of those smelly candles. Doesn't look like it's been tampered with. Nothing hidden at the bottom. Just to tie into that place, that store. Doesn't look like it's got any other pieces of, any other clues on it. The chat says, maybe Hope is the first name. Some candle might be the password for the USB. Seems unlikely, but I wouldn't be surprised if Hope is the password. All right, let's check out this USB before we look at these statements. I wish it would remember when I was logged in. So I'll just, okay, let's check out this QR code right through the bag. Let's open it up. Whoops. Okay, Henry Hopper's USB found in glove compartment. So it's got 3 files in it. Oh, maybe, but didn't it said they couldn't get it open, didn't it? How is it they couldn't get it open and we could? Am I wrong that they could get it open? Where's her letter to us? In the glove compartment, we found a USB that no one at the department has been able to open. Okay. Maybe she means they opened it, but they can't decrypt it, because we seem to have opened it no trouble. Jill sucks, Al and I in good old days. All right, let's see if we can download these. Yes, okay, it's password protected. All right. Let me see if I can. Got a lot of files from Deadbolt Mystery Society. I want to close. Okay, so this file was called Jill Sucks. Then there's Al and I. Al and Me Fireworks. Okay. And then Good Old Days. Good Old Days. Danny and Johnny. What is the full name of this? Okay, but all password protected. Okay, so we need to figure out what password protected password Hopper might use. That's an interesting puzzle. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so before we just start guessing, let's read the rest, because we don't have a good basis for guessing. KNN is suggesting to try Mad. Someone said Candle. I mean, these are all good guesses. I guess we could try one of them. Let's try the ones you guys are interested in. I'm going to try MADD. No. And then someone said Candle. It doesn't seem good. Okay, so it's good that those aren't those. It's going to be something related to him. It could be the name of his daughter, his son, his ex-wife. Let's worry about that later, when we get some clue as to what he would use. All right, let's read the interviews now. And maybe, well, let's start with the interviews. All right, so we're going through the interviews that our detectives did following Henry's murder. The first interview is with the ex-wife wife, Holly. Interviewed the next morning. Maybe we should take a break first. Let's take a break. I'll try to get logged into Facebook and Instagram. We'll come back. We'll read the interviews. And then we've also got a couple more pieces of evidence in the box, maybe from our previous cases. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I've got the tablet working. All right. Let's catch up. Let's see. Blacklight everything. And Tina says we need to solve the puzzles. I think there's not a terrible possibility that there's his password might be in this word search puzzle. Yes, well, we'll do all that. Let's do the rest of the evidence. Let's do the interviews first. So she's brought in the wife. There's the wife right there. Holly Hopper. Let's see what Holly says. Detective. Holly, I'm sorry to bring you in so early in the morning after such bad news. Hopper. I hated the guy, but I love my kids. I have no idea how I'm going to tell them this. He was a crappy husband, but he was a good dad, you know? Detective. When was the last time you saw your husband? Hopper. My ex-husband. Saw him last night at the fireworks. Boys wanted to see him before we left the area. We stopped in at his booth around 9:30. Then we went home and I put the kids to bed. Detective. Who was with him at the booth? Hopper. Heather Hitchcock was there helping, and while we were walking away, Bianca was walking up. Detective. And what time did you get home? Hopper. Probably around just after 10. Detective. How old are your kids, Holly? Hopper. Well, my oldest, Holden, is 14, and the youngest is Hayden, 13. All right, so these would be good password guesses, right? Holden, Hayden, or some combination. They're all H's. Another idea possibly could be the birth years of them, which we could calculate backwards. It's an interesting idea. And how was your relationship with Henry? She says, as good as can be while co-parenting with your ex. We fought all the time. We've been divorced since '04. Detective, do you know of anyone who would want him dead? Hopper, I don't know how other people felt about him, but I can tell you that the people I know he spent his time with. He's been seeing Bianca Bryce for a few years now. And we're just talking about moving in together. Boys don't like her. They would tell me they fought a lot and that Bianca drank a lot. Detective, is there anyone else you can think of that we should be talking to? Hopper, well, Danny Dobbs used to help him out like the reporter does now. For some reason, I got the impression he stopped helping because something happened between the two of them. No idea what. Maybe Bianca knows. Detective, one last question for you, Holly. Do you remember what you were doing on the 4th of July the last 2 years? Hopper, sure, the exact same thing. Henry was working on this event for a while now, so the only difference may have been we got home a little earlier because the kids were younger. I don't know on what basis this person, she got a search warrant. I'll just note something I missed before. She's a designer at the jewelry store. Okay, next up, Heather Hitchcock, our reporter. There's Heather. I guess we have other pictures of them. There's the wife, Holly Harper, that we just talked to. And now Heather. So she works at the Daily Press. And here's her interview. Hitchcock, I rushed in here as soon as we got the lead at the Daily Press. Detective, you spent a lot of time with Henry yesterday. Can you tell me about your day with him? Hitchcock, well, we met at the Wildflower Cafe to go over what we needed to get done for the event that night. Once we were done, He was fine, going to head over to Beeswax to pick up some giveaways, and I was going to meet him on Riverside where we set up. I got there around 5 and he was already there. We were there to educate lovely city. Last year alone, 10,265 people were killed from drunk driving crashes. This year, we are already over 5,000. Did you know, Heather, I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you notice anything was off with Henry last night? Hitchcock. I didn't. He and I never really talked much unless it was work-related. I didn't like to mix work with personal. Henry and I had one goal, to raise awareness, to make a difference, to make people think. Not just before they get behind the wheel, but before they go out to drink. Before they serve someone alcohol. Before they serve someone alcohol. So they're concerned about not just the actual drinkers and drivers, but the people selling alcohol. That could be the tie-in with Dolly, right? Dolly runs a pub. Is it possible she served someone liquor? But then why wasn't the husband targeted too, if that's what it was? But maybe she was the one on duty. Okay, can you tell me about the last few minutes you spent with Henry? Well, I helped him pack up as much as I could. He said he had the rest and I could go to beat traffic. I did just that. I headed home. And what way did you take home? Detroit Avenue. I always go that way. And what time did you get home last night? Hitchcock. By 11, I believe. And can anyone confirm that? Hitchcock. Not that I know of. I keep to myself. Detective. Can you tell me how you've spent your 4th of July the last 2 years? Hitchcock. Well, I've been volunteering for MAD for over 5 years now. So I've been doing the same thing, nothing different. Detective. I think that's all the questions I have for now. If you think of anything else, please call the department. Hitchcock. Do you know that the U.S. has averaged 1 fatality every 51 minutes for the last year and a half? Okay. Not really much of an alibi, huh? All right, here's an interview of Bianca, who keeps coming up in our cases, and there's a little post-it note, an actual post-it note, that the detective wrote for herself. I dug deep and I was unable to locate the source of the alleged argument Dolly and Danny had the night Dolly was killed. Okay, so let's see. What does Bianca Bryce say? Remember, now she's the owner of the Wildflower Cafe. 99 Waterbury is where she lives. Is that the address of the Wildflower Cafe? No. So I guess I haven't been marking where everyone lives, but Bianca seems kind of suspicious to us, so it might be nice to get her address. Well, let's leave it off for now until we have reason to suspect her. Okay, here we are interviewing Bianca. Detective, I know this is hard, Bianca, but I need to ask you some questions. Bianca Bryce, sobbing. Bianca Bryce. What is wrong with this city? Why is this happening to everyone I love? Detective, can you tell me the last time you spoke to Henry? Bryce, yes. He was at the cafe, and he and that reporter lady were having lunch. They were getting ready for the night. He kissed me and reminded me not to make plans for tonight. He had something special planned. Sobbing. Detective, how was Henry? Did he seem himself at the cafe? Bryce, no, he was frazzled. He was also annoyed. The girl with him, I think her name is Heather, didn't do everything she had promised him. She's an odd person. I don't know how he works with her on these events. Detective, how was Henry's attitude that week? Did you see anything off about him at all? No, he seemed fine. Detective, so you didn't see him again after that? No, I stayed in watching Lifetime. I always do on the 4th. It's kind of my thing. I like to be alone. I had a bad 4th of July experience when I was younger, so I don't like to participate. Detective, can you tell me about his ex-wife and his relationship with her? How about you ask her about her bad 4th of July experience so that we find out if she's traumatically the killer? Okay, she says, I don't know. I know she didn't like me. I kept my distance. I know she was horrible to Henry all the time. She'd ask for the kids. She would say yes. He would ask for the kids. She would say yes. Then 10 minutes before he would be going to get them, she'd call and say, I changed my mind. She would do shitty stuff like that all to him all the time. Detective, and do you know why their relationship ended? Bryce, he told me it was because of money. She always wanted more. She was greedy, he would say. I know the divorce was real hard on him, and he went through a pretty dark time back then. Detective, is there anyone you can think of who had a problem with or would want to hurt Henry? Bryce, well, this may or may not have anything to do with Henry. I was going to stop in and tell you about it, but I just wasn't sure if it mattered. You see, not too long ago, one of my employees mentioned hearing a rumor. Danny and Dolly were arguing on the night she died. Dolly told him she was pregnant that night. Danny was not happy, and they were arguing about it. Dolly left crying and upset. The way Annie and Danny got together so quick afterwards was just not right. Henry and Danny didn't get along at all. I tried asking why a few times, and Henry would not tell me. I think they had a fallout some time ago. Well, who was the employee who heard the argument? Bryce, I tried tracing it back to where it came from, and I couldn't get a straight answer, so I'm really not sure. Detective, well, if you think of anything else, call me right away. I will. That's our Bianca, the suspicious. She's suspicious. She's definitely suspicious. So she's claiming now that Dolly, our first victim, had a fight with her husband right before she was killed that night and actually told him she was pregnant and he wasn't happy. He certainly has not admitted to that. And then the detective has left a little note. I dug deep and was unable to locate the source of the alleged argument. So either Bianca is lying or we want to follow up with the husband and see if he'll admit it. Well, looks like the detective had the same idea. Anna says, let's see. John says divorce was in 2004. Was that the year of Mandy's DUI? Yeah, that's a good point. And then we were told, how did they know each other? I believe that the first person tells us, Holly. She says that, I believe she says he used to work with them and then they stopped. Danny Dobbs used to help him out like the reporter does now. For some reason, I got the impression he stopped helping because something happened between the two of them. So some fight between Hopper and Danny Dobbs caused them to break up. But prior to that, it sounds like maybe Danny Dobbs volunteered at MAD as well. And then they had a falling out. They didn't get along. I tried to find out why, but no one knows. Okay, so no one knows why they had a falling out. All right, next up is Jonathan Johnson, the drug dealer who works at Beeswax. Used to work for the father of Dolly. We noticed Henry mentioned stopping by on the 4th in his schedule. Can you tell us about the last time you saw and spoke to Henry? Johnson says, Damn, this is some crap, this whole thing. LPD needs to spend more of their time working this case and less time worrying about that shit that doesn't matter. Detective, can you answer the question? Johnson. Yeah, he called me sometime that morning, asked if he could get some shit to hand out. I told him to stop by and I'd get the owners to donate something. Showed up around 3 p.m., I think, maybe a little later. Detective, did you notice anything off at all? Johnson, nothing different than normal. Henry always had a chip on his shoulder. I know most people didn't like him much, but he and I really got each other. Detective, can you tell us if you knew anyone that didn't get along with Henry? Johnson, if you met him while he was working, he was great, and I doubt anyone wouldn't hurt him. In his social life, he was completely different. I'm sure the list is long. He had a real attitude problem. He always meant well, he just didn't mix well with others. To answer your question, I can't think of anyone directly, but it doesn't surprise me if someone did. Detective, do you know about the falling out that he had with Danny Dobbs? Oh yeah, those two really didn't mix well together. I believe it had something to do with Dolly and happened back when Danny and Dolly first started dating. Dolly and Henry may have been on a few dates back then, but I don't know too much more. Interesting. So, just one more thing. Can you tell me where you were last night between 10 and midnight? Johnson, I was walking on the beach and chilling by myself till about 11. And I walked down the path. Probably got there around 11:30. Detective, if you can think of anything else that would help us, please call the station. Yeah, will do, Detective. All right, so he tells us about the falling out with Danny Dobbs, that it may have been because Henry was actually dating Dolly before they got together. All right, 2 more interviews. First, Annie, the Instagram owner who works at Lovely Spa. Annie, thanks for coming in this afternoon. Annie, let me guess. I'm here because you need another alibi for Danny. Detective, yes, let's start there. Where were you between the hours of 10 and midnight on the 4th of July? Alan, we were on Riverside watching fireworks that night. We stopped and grabbed a few drinks. Then we went over to Danny's house. Detective, was Danny with you the whole time? Alan, well, no, because we drove there separate and he wanted to stop by the pub on the way to his home. Detective, what time did you get to his house? Alan, I think a little after 11, no later than 11:30. Detective, do you know what roads you took? Alan, yeah, I like to take Madison to Arthur. It's quicker during a night like the 4th. Detective, and what time did Danny get to his house? I'm really not sure, as I fell asleep. When I woke up, he was next to me sleeping. Yeah, and what time was that? Alan, I looked at the nightstand clock. It was 12:30 a.m. Detective, did you know Henry Hopper? Alan, I'm going to remind you once again, my father is the mayor of Lovely, Andy Allen. Do I need to call an attorney, Detective? Detective, Annie, we're just trying to help clear Danny and yourself. We need to find the killer. Can you help us with that? Alan, I knew who Henry was, but we never once had a conversation or were introduced. I know a lot in this town. I think more than most. While working at the pub, the spa, and writing my column, I hear a lot of gossip. I pride myself in not telling other people's secrets. Detective, do you have any information that can help us, Annie? Alan, I think Bianca's hiding something. I can't say much more than that, and I think you should be looking hard at her. How does her employee, and now her boyfriend get killed? and it does not have something to do with her. How does her employer, employee, and now boyfriend, that's all of our victims, how they're related to Bianca. Detective, can you think of anything else that would help us? Alan, no, but if I do, I'll let you know. So Bianca is our common thread with all of them, but then again, so is the husband of Dolly. Okay, now our last interview is someone interesting. It's Ray Rivera, the judge of Dolly's DUI on July 4th, 2014. Why is he being interviewed? 141 Gold Coast Lane. Let's check out where he lives. We're looking for people who live near Riverside, since that seems to be the center of everything. Gold Coast Lane, huh? Gold Coast Lane is out here. Out near the beach. Of course, the judge has a nice house out by the beach. All right, let's see what he has to say for himself and what Trish says about interviewing him. Judge, I'm so thankful that you took the time to come down to the station to talk to us. We would have been happy to save you the trouble and question you over the phone. Rivera. When Detective Kimball called, she updated me on the case you're working on. She thought I could have some information that may help. I thought it best if I came down to answer questions instead of over the phone. If there's anything at all I can do to help with this case, I will. Once again, Judge, thank you so much. Rivera. Well then, what can I do for you? Detective. Did you know any of the victims? Dolly Dobbs, Mandy Murray, or Henry Hopper? Rivera. I had never met Dolly Dobbs, but I had heard of her through my wife. Mandy was presented to me in court on many occasions. I saw a lot of potential in Mandy and really hoped for a better future for her. Detective. Do you remember the last time she was in the courtroom? Rivera. Well, I looked it up before I came in today. It was March, the year before she was killed, for possession and a few other things. Detective, did you ever see Mandy outside of the courtroom? Rivera. Oh, I had run into her a few times. I know she waitressed at the Wildflower Cafe. I had also seen her around town occasionally. We exchanged words. She was pleasant and assured me she was doing good and staying out of trouble. Detective. How about Henry Hopper? Do you know him? Rivera. Not that I can recall. Detective. I have one last question. This email we found in Mandy Murray's archived emails. We can't make much sense of it other than it's from you. Can you tell us more? Rivera. Well, that may say my name, Detective, but I assure you that is not from me. That is not my email address. Once again, Judge Rivera, thank you so much for coming down. If you can think of anything else that would be of help to us, please call either of us. Rivera. I will. I trust the LPD is doing everything they can to make sure justice is served as quickly as possible. And there is our Judge Rivera. So this is talking about some piece of evidence we haven't seen yet. That's our last interview. Apparently they found some email that looked like it was from him. Let's check our box and see what extra evidence we haven't looked at yet. So that one we found. Okay, so we've got a card from Trish Tate, the detective, with a phone line and a little note that says, check website, Trish's phone number is changed. Okay, so they changed her phone number, that's fine. What have we got here? Search warrant of Danny Dobbs. So because of that interview, they're more suspicious of Danny. It looks like they filed a search warrant. And then here is the email they found. Okay, let's see. So it's an email from Mandy to Ray Rivera, which is why they thought maybe the judge was involved. Numbers. This looks like that code again. Before, our previous code was first letter of each word. That would be A-N-A-A-A-A. So that doesn't look like that's going to be us. N-A-A-S. This is, looks like Pig Latin maybe. And then numbers. He says this is not him, though. It's not his email address. We could try emailing this address and see what happens. What are all these numbers? So I think we've got two different codes here. This looks like Pig Latin, and this may be a numeric code where each grouping is a letter. We've seen a similar numeric code before. You'll notice how there's so many ones that it makes you think that what we've got is each number tells us what letter it is. So 2 would be the second letter of alphabet, third letter of the alphabet, eighth letter of the alphabet, fifth letter of the alphabet. But then when you see a 1, you might be dealing with like 18th letter of the alphabet, then a 5. So if that would be the case, B, C. So that doesn't seem right. But it could also be 20, all the 2s. Are there a bunch of 2s as well? Yeah, there's sort of an abnormally large number of 2s as well. So this could be 23rd letter of the alphabet, then the 8th letter of the alphabet, 5th letter of the alphabet, 18th letter of the alphabet, 50th, 5th letter of the alphabet. So we could try to decode it that way. This could be Pig Latin. And then let's just take a look at this before we do that. Molly dropped this off. She said when she heard about Hopper, she decided to do some more digging. She found this in Mandy's archived emails. She also said she had no idea how to read this and hoped we could help. Well, Mandy likes codes, so it's not so surprising. And she dealt with drugs, so this wouldn't be surprising if this was a drug deal. He claims this isn't his email, but that doesn't mean he's telling the truth. This could be his email he uses to buy drugs. Maybe that's why he let her off. She was delivering drugs to him. Let's look what the chat says. No, I see. My alert came on and I didn't notice it. Okay. Could Dolly and Henry have been having an affair and he was the actual father? Interesting. Henry might have been a passenger when Dolly had a DUI back in 2004. The second letter Dolly has. Okay, second letter. Rob is saying that this is the second letter of each word. So DOLLHASREALLYBEEN. All right, so we'll decode that in a minute, and then we'll see if we can't decode this with numbers. Now, and Tina says, Ray 68 Rivera, official judge mail. Well, how do we know that? Where do you, how do we know it's his official judge email? Is it on his, where would it be? Let's see what the chat says. Oh, Ray 69 Rivera is a joke. Okay. I'm not following what you're saying. Are you saying we have his official email from some other location, and so we know Ray 69 Rivera is not real, or are you making a joke? I can't tell. Let's look at our last piece of evidence here while I wait for that. Okay, we've got a very realistic looking application for search warrant. We had an application for search warrant before for the wife, but we didn't get anything, and here we are with the application for the search warrant now for Danny Dobbs. So she's applying for another search warrant. I mean, I guess they're serious. Property located at 15 French Avenue. This was the home of Dolly and Danny. Application is based on these facts. Based on the information set forth, search of the suspect's bank records is believed to lead to evidence of the case murders listed. Boy, these search warrants here in this town are very flimsy. She's not having to explain much, but I guess when you've got a serial killer, people bend the rules. Okay, so they've got their financial records of Danny Dobbs from Capital One. His balance, $70,000, pretty good. This doc is updated on the website. Refer to the PDF there. Okay, so it looks like they might have changed. Okay, documents updated on website for case 2. Refer to the PDF. Okay, so I think this is a note by Jonathan. So maybe we should start this case by opening the website for case 2. Maybe there's like errata that they do that we should be paying attention to. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can get to the start of case 2. AKA gameplay. I don't know if that's the right one. Gameplay. Lovely City. Independence Day, episode 2. Okay, let's see. And then it wants the password, which we know we're given here. 2016 HH. Fine. Okay, we don't want, inventory and notices. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we should go here when we start any chapter, any episode, because it says certain things have been changed. Episodes received before 10/2/22. Trish Tate's business card has been discontinued. Click here to listen to an important message. Okay, so you used to be able to call her phone number and actually contact her. And then the company said, look, this is too difficult for us to maintain a phone number. We're just going to put her message online. So let's listen to that now. So we're going to call Trish. see what she has to say. It's an important message. Okay.
Hello, Detective. It's Trish Tate here. I wanted to take a minute to personally thank you for your help with eliminating Holly and Becky. We've been very impressed with your skills so far, and I doubt Kimball and I would have ever found that photo without your help. I have a feeling that this is just the beginning of a great relationship. When I was putting together Hopper's case to send to you, I couldn't find the toxicology report. It must have been misplaced. But I can tell you that the same drugs in Dolly and Mandy were definitely found in Henry. This has to mean that the killer had access to all three of these people hours before they were actually killed. Also, just a thought about that USB drive. We found it in Hopper's glove compartment. It's the same place that we found the candle, and I have just this gut feeling that the key to unlocking the USB has to be the candle. Okay, the clock is ticking, and we need to get this guy.
So it looks like they're using that as a little bit of a hint system, Trish. So like you could call her, we called her and she basically told us why we didn't get the toxicology report, but told us that the drugs were found in his system. So someone had to have access to give them all drugs. That is useful information. And then she also tells us that the candle is going to be related to the password, which is what someone said. Okay, so, and now we know we should start out every episode by checking for important updates. Okay, so we've got that one taken care of. What else has been changed? Danny Dobbs' bank statement has been discontinued and replaced with a new statement from the Golden State Bank. Or email us for a hard copy. So that's interesting. So instead of his Capital One Bank report, we've got a Golden State Bank. I wonder why they did that. It would be kind of curious to look and see if anything's changed. But here's the one we want to look at. All right, so here we go. Let's I guess it's going to stay open here. So this is 2016, so we don't have his records for, okay, I'm going to put this one away then. We don't have his, we're not looking at his records when his wife was killed. We're just looking at, what? What are we looking at? What are we looking for? Electric, mortgage, credit card, Target. So he went to the Monkey Bar, he went to Walmart, Quick Trip, and then $10,000 deposit from the pub. Okay, that's the first page. But on July 4th, Lovely Electric. What is Lovely Electric? Do we know what that is? An electric store. All right, let's keep going. And then it's just for the rest of the month. When was this? August 8th, June, July. So the next month they applied for all of his July financial records. All right, let's see. What has he got? Another $10,000 from the pub. Took out $1,000. Cruise lines. He bought a $2,500 cruise ticket. He bought a $3,500 jewelry piece of jewelry. Sounds like maybe he's going to ask this woman to marry him. Bank fees. Online transaction. He put in $5,000 from the pub and then took it out the next day. Put it back, another one back in on July 26th. Deposited 10,000, deposited 10,000. I don't know. Nothing jumps out at me here. I mean, other than he's got a cruise and spent 4,000 on jewelry, as if he might ask this Annie to get married. Other than that, I'm not sure what we should care about. The pub is making good money. 10,000 in July. Then another 10,000 3 days later. Then another 5,000. Another 10,000. 10,000. It's normally 10,000, and then for some reason, on July 24th, only deposited 5,000. And then took out 5,000. That's weird, but I'm not sure how any of this is helpful to us. All right, well, she seems so sure she was going to find good information about him. I don't see how that really helps us, though. No deposits to Mad. No. And we don't know anything about. Well, wait a minute. What does his girlfriend Annie tell us he's doing? Let me back up there. Annie says we drove separate. He wanted to stop by on the pub. We were on Riverside watching fireworks. We stopped and grabbed a few drinks. Then we went over to his house. Okay, so if we look at July 4th, they stopped and got drinks. And West Lovely Electric is a drink place. And where's our list here? I don't know why they would go someplace else for drinks. Monkey Bar, Wildflower Cafe, shopping, no electric there. I guess if we see a toll being paid, that might be useful. All right, so I don't see Lovely Electric. Oh, it's his electric bill, I guess. All right, so no sign of him paying for them. She says we stopped and grabbed a few drinks. No sign of any bills on his credit card. Although he's got Discovery, American Express, so he could have just put it on that. All right. I don't see any help for us from those documents. Let's see if the chat spotted something I missed. There's a third page. Did we look at that? Yeah, there's our third page. Danny says should share 40% of the profit. Bianca thinks there's no profit. That's true. That's true. They did say, they both said that the pub is not making any profit, but it does seem to be making quite a bit of money. In fact, if we look at our summary here, we got 10,000, 10,000, 5,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20, 30, 40, 50. It's making 50,000 a month. And his mortgage is 1,000. So it seems to be making a lot of profit. Yeah, so that is interesting that he's not telling Bianca, but it would make sense that he doesn't want to tell her. He doesn't think he should have to share money with her. Okay, let's decode this message and then we'll work on something else. All right, let's go to our notes here. Let's see if we can do it digitally a little easier. It says decoded. Let's see, you've got it here, right? Okay. Decoded email from Rivera and Mandy. Okay, so this is Mandy talking now. Second letter of each thing is DOLLYHA SREA BEEAHELPING. Something to do it. Okay. Dolly has really, and might be a couple typos here. Dolly is, this is on, I should note, there's an interesting fact here. This is from December 2013. December 31st, 2013. So this is before Dolly died. Has been helping me, and she BINGWITHGRACE. Let's see if I can give you a better. Being with Grace. You being with Grace is not okay. AYDOLL. Not okay. DOLL. Dolly. SAIDWASHING2HA. Going to me T Okay, something must have gotten translated wrong though. TELLGRACE. A-C-E. It would be easier if I just copy this and underline it. S-O-D. Tell Grace. So, oh, I see. So don't think. So don't think T-H-I-S is J-U-S-T-G-O-I going to go away. Go A-W-A away R-A-E R-A-Y Ray. Okay. So that was a lot of effort, but this really does now look like this is really Ray. Like it's not someone using a fake email address. Whoever she's talking to really is named Ray. And Dolly's involved in helping Mandy. And who is Grace? Grace must be Ray Rivera's wife, which is going to further prove that it really is him. All right. Let's see if we can't decode. Let's see if a numeric code is going to be used for this one. So where's my numbers here? All right, so if I had to guess and make a first shot of that 23815, it would be W H E R E. Okay, so that's what this code is. Starting with a 2, it's probably a 20-something. Starting with a 1, it's probably a teen. Anything else is a single-digit number. So 919 is going to be letter 9 is I, and then letter 19 is. 20 is a T. 8 is an H. 9 is an I. 19 is an S. 3 is going to be a single digit C. 15 is probably going to be an O. 13 is probably going to be an M. This is him saying, where is this coming from? 6 is F. 18 is R. 15 is O. Where is this coming from? So she says, Dolly's been helping me and she knows you being with Grace is not okay. Dolly said she's going to help me tell Grace, so don't think this is just going to go away, Ray. And he says, where is this coming from? Where is this coming from? Okay, then Mandy says, now we got to go back to Mandy code. I wish that we had Xerox this so I could work off it more easily. The whole chat is just, I don't know what the chat's doing. Okay, let me do this one line at a time. Let's see if I can just type it. Soon my ass. You have until. Okay, so, oh, we can't see it. Okay. Okay, so Jonathan says they're still hanging They're still they're still hanging in there watching me translate. Okay, so it looks like this is an easier way to translate it if I just do one line at a time and put the spaces in later. Let's try this. Okay, so E, and then we have a 4, T, H, O, F, J, U, L, Y, L, A, M, N, O, T, S, P, E, N, D, I, N, G, A. Okay, till the 4th of July, I am not spending. Next line is another F U N G A Y A L O N E I F Y. Another, not spending another fun holiday alone if you DONT TELL Grace BWIL. Don't tell Grace. Don't tell GRACE. I will. Okay, well, whoever, Grace is obviously the wife, and he's obviously having some affair. Let's see what Ray says. Okay, next numeric code. SOO. Soon, he says. UV 2122 E is UVE, so that's not going to be right. But it could be the letter B, and then a 12 is L. Then a 25 is Y, no. B. 5 is E, no. So some of these 2 digits could be single digits, so there's multiple ways to decode them. There's no solution to that. You just gotta. So it could be 21 is U, then we could get a B, and then B, and then an E. No. 2. If it's a B, then the next letter is an L, and then I don't know what this word is. 21225. Let's try it. Let's do the rest of it. Then 16 is P, 18 is R, O, this is going to be promise, M, I, S, I promise, soon. Is he saying baby? Is that what that word is? It's probably baby. 21 is B, B, A, B, Y, baby. Soon, baby, I promise. Okay, sounds like Ray Rivera is having an affair with Mandy. Okay. Okay. We're almost done. Not really. Okay. Here's Mandy again. I just can't believe you are going. Says, I just can't believe you are going to DI. You are going to DITC. Going to DITC HMEF. Are you I just can't believe you're going to ditch me for NEWYEARS for New Year's. Okay, and then we have another numeric code. So this is our older man, huh? Yeah. All right, let's go down and do our another numeric code. Is there a website for doing these codes? I don't know of one, but there probably is, which would make our life a little easier, but that's all right. We don't have to feel rushed. We'll do this and then we'll take a break. So 21, is this our baby again? BAN TI, no, UNTIL until SH till she SHE till she's STRON till she's strong. QR. Hold on. Oh, 17 is, it can't be Q because then you'd have to have a U next. It has to be A, G, A, I, N. Again, till she's strong again. 21 could be, here's our until. Until she's strong again. Until O, U, O, U, our, is that a word break? F. It's hard to keep track of where we are. Hour 69. F, I, N, and A. $14, then a 1, then a 14. Our finance. Till she's strong again, until our finances, A-R-E, U-L, or B-A, K. Boy, it's annoying when these words have multiple ways to translate. Try again. 21 is a U, but it could be a B. And then 11 could be a K, no, or A. Then we've got L, 12. Then A. Then N. C, E, D. So our finances are balanced. O, or S, H, or she, W, I, or she will, T, A, K, she will take, I, T, she will take it all, huh? She will take it all. K, A, N, take it all, and 235B, no, it has to be 23, W, E, and we, W, we, W, O, N, T, and we won't be A, no, A, B, L, E, and we won't be able to S, now we're here, S, T, A, R, won't be able to start, L, I, life, T, O, G, E, T, H. We won't be able to start life together. All right, let's put that in. Ray says, his reply is, until she's strong again, until our finances are balanced, or she will take it all, and we won't be able to start life together. Till she's strong again, until our finances are balanced, or she will take it all. Did he start? Okay. All right, almost done. Almost done. Okay, then Mandy says in her coded language, TIMI, timing is RIGHT. Timing is right for timing is right for what? EXACTLY. Timing is right for what exactly? She says. Timing is right for what exactly? So weird. It sounds like that's kind of out of nowhere. Did he say until the timing is right? Timing is right for what? I didn't say till the timing is right, but okay. And then Ray says, and we've got another longer message from Ray, but almost our last one. Yeah, this is a bunch of work, but I'll tell you what we should have done is maybe searched for a website for getting this X letter of every word. That would have helped us. Or this numeric code. I don't know what this numeric code is called. Is it in our cipher book? All right, well, this is our last one. If we come across it again, we'll have to look up an online site for it. HONEY. He says honey. YOU. KNOW. You know I. LOVE. You know I love you. And I. WANT. I want us to GET. I want us to get. This is going to be married, right? MARRIET. I want us to get married. This doesn't seem right. AND. B, C, no. 23, it has to be a W. W-I, T, married with W-O, W-O-U. I want us to get married and maybe I missed a word. Did I miss the word be with you? F-O-R-E-V and be with you forever. Okay, that's probably be with you forever. V, no, B, U, but I, C, A, N, T, but I can't, N, O, but I can't now, I, H, A, V, E, I have to, almost done. W, A, I have to wait. T, I have to wait till, possibly, till T, H, till the T, I, M, E, time is right. Okay, so he says, honey, you know I love you and I want us to get married. Be with you forever. But I can't now. I have to wait till time is right. Okay, and Mandy has her last reply. What does she say? She says, it's New Year's Eve. We spend it together every year. I can't be alone. Can't be L-I-E. I can't be, let me just make sure I get this right. I-C-A-N-T-B-E-L-I-E No, I can't believe. I see. I can't believe. She says you are going to B A I L going to bail on me. All right. So, all right. Well, it had to be done. Probably we should have found a website that can do this kind of decoding, but here it is. Okay. So we know it really is Ray Rivera. Certainly it's a Ray who's having an affair with Mandy, and he wants her to leave Grace. She's threatened. Now remember, this is actually, the timing is interesting, right? Because she says she's threatening to tell the wife. And this is in 2013, December. So 7 months before Dolly gets killed. So, and then a year and 7 months before Mandy gets killed. So this is not Ray killing Mandy to stop her from telling the wife. They obviously must have worked it out. Or he killed Dolly, and Mandy knew to shut up until she decided to try to push it again. But the timing doesn't work for this to be a murder motive, right? This is happening 2 years before Mandy got killed. Unless, of course, she got tired again and started threatening again. Ray is saying he's going to marry Mandy. That's not likely, but it certainly hasn't happened in the 2 years since then. However, it does seem to be an alibi here, right? No, it's not an alibi because this is in 2013. But she says it's New Year's Eve. We spend it together every year. So it's not even an alibi, right? Because this is before all of our murders. All right, well, it's time for us. The last message is the first. You're saying, well, let's look at the orders. Okay, that's a very good catch. They're in reverse order. Okay, so you read it bottom up. So the message starts in midstream from the bottom. Mandy, it's New Year's Eve. We spend it together every year. I can't believe you're going to bail on me. He says, honey, you know I love you. I want to get married, be with you, but forever, but I can't right now. I have to wait till the time is right. Then she says, timing is right for what exactly? Remember, that threw me when I read that because it was in the wrong order. Then he says, until she's strong again. That sounds like maybe they were in a DUI crash. Until she's strong again, until our finances are balanced, or she will take it all. Won't be able to start a life together. She says, I just can't believe you're going to ditch me for New Year's. And he says, soon, baby, I promise. She says, soon my ass. You have until the 4th of July. I'm not spending another fun holiday alone. If you don't tell Grace, I will. He says, where is it coming from? And she says, Dolly has really been helping me, and she knows you being with Grace is not okay. Dolly said she's going to help me tell Grace, so don't think this is just going to go away, Ray. All right, well, and then 7 months later, Dolly gets killed. So it's possible. It's possible it's related. Okay, let me just make a note here. In reverse order. Okay. All right. Good catch. Good catch. All right. So it was exhausting, but we got it done. And now we're going to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. My new OBS plugin is working well. I added a new feature since last night to let it auto cycle through messages while it's on breaks. Just a little diversion. What is everyone drinking? I'm curious what everyone drinks during streams. I used to drink a lot more Diet Coke or Coke Zero, as my friends here tell me to call it. I mean, I still do drink quite a bit of Coke Zero in normal life, but I tend not to drink it as much on the channel, which is what I would be normally drinking while gaming, because you don't notice that that you burp so much. But on the channel, I notice it a lot more. You're on camera, that the drinking soda makes you burp and stuff, so it looks a little it's not as pleasant. So I'm drinking here some espresso or coffee. It's a long black. It's espresso and hot water and some half and half. Rob says Pepsi Max. Karen says iced tea earlier, now Coke, trying to stay awake. Anna says mostly tea, herbal tea, and water. So I like to have a couple drinks going. So I've got my coffee here, and I've got my tea here. Neither of which are hot. And I've already advertised to this channel the tea that I drink, which is this Twinings Christmas tea, which I love for some reason. All right. We've got everyone reporting in. Okay, let's put this away. I thought the next thing we should try to tackle is the USB password. Okay, so the first question is, well, one question we have is it Henry's USB? The thing is, if it's Henry's USB, why on earth would the candle be the password? Because the candle and the USB were both found in the glove compartment, but why would you... Didn't he just get this? He just went to get this candle as a giveaway gift, right? So it's a weird idea to think that the candle would be related to the password. On the other hand, if the USB is the killer's, then he could have planted this all. All right, so when we got to the USB, let's go to our website here. No, that was our encrypted thing. We need the USB. Okay, so there's our USB. 3 files. Jill sucks. Okay, so Henry's wife is not Jill. Who is Jill? We don't know any Jills. His ex-wife is Holly. We don't know any Jills. Al and I... we don't know who an Al is. And then Good Old Days. And if we click on Good Old Days, Henry, Danny, and Johnny. And Al and I is called Al and Me Fireworks. And Jill Sucks file is called Jill Sucks. It is important to point out something that someone else pointed out, which was not Dolly's scene, but the scene of Mandy's murder. so if we look at the scene of Mandy's murder, I am not the first person to point this out. Someone pointed this out in our chat. The killer killed Mandy and went to her computer. So the question is this Mandy's USB that the killer stole and has now planted with our third victim? So is it Mandy's password? Okay, so I think what we should do is we should do our blacklight scan of some of this stuff. So what have we got we're scanning? We've got his daily planning, we want any evidence that we found at the scene of the crime, of Henry's crime. So that's that material. Murder weapon, piece of paper. I guess also the paper, though the secret message that we've decrypted, although we've not seen any black lighting on any of these messages so far. But I suppose the other stuff found in his car might be worth scanning. Sparkle and shine. Okay, so I've got the candle. I've got the other stuff, his daily planner. Any evidence I'm forgetting? Let me see if I can clean up a little bit. Any evidence to blacklight? We don't need to blacklight the USB photo, surely, but I'll get it out anyway in case it's standing in for that. We don't need to scan the police gathered email and stuff. And we don't need to scan any of that. All right. Let's try our... Is there anything from Mandy's thing that we didn't scan? It's very strange. This one, everyone thought was suspicious. Maybe I'll scan this again, just in case. I don't think there's anything else interesting in Mandy's file. Okay, let's try our black light stuff again. Now, you don't really... This could be done all in the light of day, but it was more exciting for everyone when we did it in the dark. So let's try it again, since it seemed to work. I'm going to turn out the lights. Okay, we're here in the dark, except for a flashlight. Let's see if we've got any secret messages. Nothing on the note. Nothing on the sparklers, even hidden in the wrapper. I don't see anything. Okay. Certificate for Mandy. John Phillips, founder and director. Really surprised the killer did not write a secret message on something in Mandy's house. But maybe if he took her USB, that was all he needed. Okay. Did he write anything on Henry's daily planner? No. Did he write anything on Henry's word search puzzle? No. Did he write anything on the USB? No. Although I do see some words there. All right, candle time. Huh. Nothing. Candle almost looks like it's a black light candle. No, it doesn't make any sense. All right, well, I don't see anything on this candle. Smells beeswax, teakwood. There's nothing. Well, okay, let's put all our lights back on. All right, so nothing to black light. So the cop said something about the candle could be related to the, she thought something about the candle was related to the password. So let's just think. We've got a couple possibilities. First of all, let me put Mandy's stuff back. First of all, it could be something explicitly about this candle. Teakwood, beeswax, or it could be something about the place he got it. Because that's a store we have access to, right? Where's our community? Shopping, Beeswax Farm. So Beeswax Farm. What did it tell us before we just start trying random stuff? What did we know about? Let me just put this stuff back. What did we know about? What did he say about going over there? He's got 2 sons. He's not, it's not, it makes me think it's not his USB, so it's not his password. But I want to hear what he said about, okay, what about the guy who works at Beeswax? The drug dealer. What does he say? He says, Henry was going to stop by on the 4th. He showed up at 3 p.m., maybe a little later. Was anything off? No. He's always got a chip on his shoulder. Then he tells us about this other guy. Okay, so he doesn't tell us anything. What about... Who told him? Someone told him was it this person? Who told us about his trip? Was it, yeah, it must have been Heather. Okay. He was going to head over to Beeswax to pick up some giveaways, and I was going to meet him. Question is, we need to burn the candle and wait 8 hours to get to the secret message at the bottom, says Rob. And Tina says, would it be one password for each file, or for each file would have another different one? Well, we don't really know, except that it sure seemed like there's her Instagram. We could search for, now that I'm logged in. Love is my religion, a place to share good stuff.com. Annie Allen's opinion page. Look at this. If on her Instagram, we can look at her photos, which is fun. She's out partying. Okay, but then also, if we, these Or these are her posts. These pictures are her posts, okay? But in addition to looking at her posts, she's got a website. Look at this. Love is my religion. So she's got an entire website for her advice column. You can do it. Oh my God, look at this long thing. Are each of these a post? Oh my God, good Lord, look at this game. So she's got a post about eyeshadow, a password protected post. The pain Lovely is feeling now has to end. You will need to access case file 2019 to open this post. When you get my postcard, check out this post. That needs a password. I have more information for you. To read this, you will need case file 2018. To get over a breakup, according to the whole page on getting over a breakup. Dear God, I've uncovered more information. I left the clues to this message in the 2017 case file. What on earth? When you realize you're the other. Here's a post she made a couple days before New Year's when Dolly was killed. A couple days before her boss's wife is killed, and she's dating the boss now. Was she having an affair with the husband? Angelina Jolie. Guess what, ladies? There's this awesome double standard where people shrug their shoulders at Mr. Married. Take me, for instance. I've been flirting and developing strong feelings for a male friend for about 8 months, during which he kept saying he was steadily growing more unhappy with his wife. I finally got frustrated by his dilly-dallying and told him to either be with me or scram. He chose to leave me alone. 3 weeks passed, and I got a text message from him saying he realized he wanted to leave her and be with me. I flipped out big time. I sent his girlfriend a long email about her two-timing lying bastard of a boyfriend. This doesn't sound like our married man. Of course, he told me that it's crazy, and if I thought he'd break up with his girlfriend for me, I must have misunderstood. Wait? Right, misunderstood. Look at yourself in the mirror. Say this as many times as you need to. I am not a bad person. If you tell people about your affair, you'll get called every name in the book by your guy's wife or girlfriend or friends, and possibly by him. Am I misreading this, or is this her talking about... Realize his wife or girlfriend doesn't want or need to talk to you. You'll tell yourself she absolutely must talk to you to hear the whole story. Newsflash, you remind cheater wife, girlfriend of his infidelity, and she does not want that rubbed in her face. I had to have this one explained to me by a 60-something evangelical Christian lady of all people, but after I sent my crazy email, I thought there was a slim chance the girlfriend and I would commiserate together about the lying bastard. That's what happens in the movies, doesn't it? But my best friend's mom set me straight. My best friend's mom set me straight that his girlfriend likely hated my guts, never wanted to see me again, ever. She also doesn't care about your apologies. Don't tell people you know the couple involved. Your friends or family might feel like they have to pick sides. Trust me, that's a situation you're better off avoiding. The stupidest thing I did in my situation was to spill the beans to our mutual best friend, who I quote, said, I dropped a dirty diaper in his lap. He really resented, and it screwed up our friendship in a lot of ways for nearly 8 months. That experience taught me the not so fun lesson that friends will choose sides, even if you tell them not to. And the old saying, bros before hoes, meaning guys stick for their guy friends, is alive and well. My advice, telling a friend 3 times removed, perhaps tell a friend 3 times removed, someone who lives in Mongolia, is far a better idea if you really need someone to talk sense into you. It's a little bit confusing, but she could be talking about an older event. Could be Al could be the mayor, could also be the lawyer. All these files. Well, we don't have, let's see, 2016, 2017. It says 2019, 2019. We don't have 2019 files. Okay, well, anyway, that's her Instagram page. Let's not forget to go back there. All right, let's look at our USB again. Jill sucks. Al and me fireworks. And the good old days. Henry, Danny, and Johnny. So are we going to find out that Henry, the person who was killed, is actually good friends with the husband, the widow, and Johnny? Is Johnny going to be Johnny Johnson? And is Danny going to be we've got... Are these 3 people all good friends? Did we already know that? Danny, Johnny, and the new guy? Henry, Danny, and Johnny? Did they used to be good friends for a long time? We know they had a falling out, these two, about Henry dating Dolly. Let's see. So one question was, okay, so here we are. One question was, would they all have the same password? The game hints certainly suggested it. Should we listen to that game hint? The message, not a hint, but what the woman told us here. Let's listen to her message again. Okay. Let's listen to what she says about what she thinks the password in USB. What happened?
Hello, Detective. It's Trish Tate here. I wanted to take a minute to personally thank you for your help with eliminating Holly and Becky. We've been very impressed with your skills so far, and I doubt Kimball and I would have ever found that photo without your help. I have a feeling that this is just the beginning of a great relationship. When I was putting together Hopper's case to send to you, I couldn't find the toxicology report. It must have been misplaced. But I can tell you that the same drugs in Dolly and Mandy were definitely found in Henry. This has to mean that the killer had access to all three of these people hours before they were actually killed. Also, just a thought about that USB drive. We found it in Hopper's glove compartment. It's the same place that we found the candle, and I have just this gut feeling that the key to unlocking the USB has to be the candle. Okay, the clock is ticking, and we need to get this guy.
Well, the key to unlocking is the candle. "9/11 Jill sucks." I mean, we can try a couple things related to the candle and just see what happens. Let's go to it like this way. And then we might think about the place first. Okay, so she has a feeling the candle is the key, not a very professional explanation. All right, so let's try just some stuff like beeswax. Let's see it. Let's make it show it. So if we try beeswax, no. Teakwood, no. Normally I do not like just reminder, check the fridge photo on her Instagram. There's a paper in the background. All right, let me check that. The channel says they want me to look at an Instagram. Let's do that. So Instagram this. It's a bank statement to Annie Allen, 205 Inglewood Avenue. It gives her a count. I don't know if it's a bank statement. It says Lovely City Statement. Then it's got her account number. Is it possible this is her driving toll? Is it possible it's a driving toll that we could look up on the website because we have the account number? The top left says Lovely City, 99 Victoria Lane. And it has her address, 205 Inglewood Avenue. It looks like a bank statement. No. And it looks like we could, hold on, let's see if we can get a screenshot and open it up in Zoom. Okay, let's see. For past statements, can you guys see that? There. Okay, for past statements, see City of Lovely. So I think this might be, so it's 2019. Lovely city. I wonder if this is a toll bill that we could use to look up on our website of the city, if you'll remember. Here. Let me go so you can see it this way. We have the bank account that Danny gave 5,000 to. Oh, that's a nice idea too. Let's see about this though. Is it this? Is it a toll account? Either your account number or your violation number. Let's see if we can log in with her page password, huh? All right, let's write down this account number in case we want to try to use it. 23947046648. It is with the city, so I guess it's not a bank account. It's City of Lovely. It was a very good idea, though, to look for his bank account to see if he was giving money. But now I'm thinking it's not a bank account. It's maybe a toll. Let's see if we can use that password to get in here. 4704648. Oh, look at that. Wow, that was a good catch to look at that photograph. Wow, that was sneaky. But look what we've got. We've got tolls from Annie Allen. Maybe it's better this way. We've got tolls from Annie Allen, which could let us find where she was in July, if she had a ticket somewhere. What have we got? Let's look at her statement the month after the murder. We've got 2 murders. Let's look at the 2014 statement. Password. But it's right here. If I could cancel, I don't know what password it wanted. All right, let's take a look here. So, Madison and Hiller Road. Where is she traveling to? Whose house is that? That's going to require us to figure out what house this is. Let's find that toll road on the thing. Madison Hillard Road. This is interesting now. Okay, Madison and Hillard Road. Well, Madison is this big one here. And Hillard. Who is she going to visit? Is this going to let us confirm? I think this is going to let us confirm she was having the affair. Possibly. Before the murder. Madison Hillard Road, southbound. Where's Madison? Where's Hillard? Is it off the map? Is it a toll that's off the map? So she's leaving town and coming back? Because I don't see Hillard. And there wouldn't be tolls in the city. So maybe she's leaving the city. Let's see. I guess it would help to know her house. Let's get her house address. Annie lives at 20 Inglewood Avenue. Okay, let's locate that at least. Okay, so here's Inglewood Avenue. So if we say she lives somewhere here, then she's going on Madison out of town. So just looking at this, let's see if we can get a hold of this. Every couple days, every month, once a month or so, she travels at 1 p.m. She's leaving and then coming back at 8. So she's spending the entire day. 5-6 hours. All right. Well, let's see. Same toll. The 4th, the 5th, the 18th, 15th. 2005, she's still doing it. So she's taking this, doing the same exact thing. Same exact tolls from 2014. Same pattern. Leaves, comes back 6 hours later. She's doing that in 2014 and then 2019. Same exact pattern. Every couple weeks, she spends the entire day. It can't be work because she's only going once a week. Where is she going? Where on earth is she going all day? And why is that relevant to us? Any theories? Inflation, the price went up. Okay, so Henry was murdered on the 16th in 2016. Oh, there we go. You got her. Okay. So Rob was right. I was forgetting about checking the 2016 murder. But here we have it. There she is. We found her at 11:18 p.m. taking her trip on July 4th. 11:18, she was taking her toll. She paid her toll, and the time of death is 11:25. So she was paying a toll 7 minutes before Henry was killed. So we've just given our alibi to Annie. Let's look at what Annie says about her whereabouts. Okay. So, where were you? She says, we were on Riverside watching fireworks that night. We stopped and grabbed a few drinks. Was Danny with you? Remember, she's dating Danny now. No, we drove there separate. He wanted to stop by at the pub on the way to his house. What time did you get to his house? A little after 11, no later than 11:30. Do you know what roads you took? I like to take Madison to Arthur. So this is actually useful in two ways. First of all, we've got her alibi. But second of all, now we're going to be able to find out if she was having that affair, because she's told us now that she takes Madison to Arthur to get to his house. Now there's Madison. We know where they live. Let's go back here for a second. She takes Madison to Arthur. Where's Atkins Avenue also? Let's see. Okay, where's our Arthur? Okay, so there's Arthur. And then where does, so there's our Arthur right there. Now where does Danny live? Where his wife was killed? Just to remind me, French Avenue. Did we not mark that on the page? Where's our French Avenue? I'm sure we must have marked it, no? I thought we would have marked the scene of our first crime, surely. I thought it was over here somewhere. French, oh, we did. We just marked it in red, so it was hard to see. Let me take this off. Put a better marker on it. All right, so French, okay. So Annie tells us that she lives here. If she was here, why is she? Well, maybe we missed. Maybe the. Oh, there's Hillard. There's Hillard right there. Okay. So good. Okay, we found where her toll is. So her toll is on Hillard and Madison. Okay. So Annie lives here. She drives to Danny's house. She goes here. She gets caught by the toll here. Then she continues to Arthur, where she makes a turn and comes down to his house. So the first thing is we've got her here at this intersection at the time of the 2016 murder. So we can now definitively rule her out. That solves this episode. But in addition, we can now see that in 2019, our latest activity, she's still doing the same thing. She's going to his house, probably. At 3, and then coming home. See, southbound. Where's our north and south here? I want to make sure we get her southbound, northbound part right. So southbound to his house. It's a little weird that she doesn't come home. Did you notice that? Like, look at every other entry. Every other entry, there's 2 entries per day. She's heading out, coming back. Going south, coming back north. Going out south, coming back north. But then on the 4th, she goes out and she doesn't come back. Why is that? Let's take a screenshot of this one. Maybe I'll print it from here too. All right. Does she tell us that she doesn't take her regular trip on New Year's, on July 4th? I fell asleep when I woke up. Okay, I'm not sure. Maybe she has to take that toll anytime she comes into the city area. So maybe these aren't all visits with Danny. If they're not all visits with Danny, then we can't do what I hoped, which is to catch her even before Dolly was killed, doing her trips. So this might be evidence that she's still having an affair with him even before Dolly was killed. I'm not sure. She's driving away from his house, not towards it. Is that correct? I guess maybe I shouldn't be so... Maybe I shouldn't be so sure that that's her alibi. What if she was driving to kill that guy? All right, let me bring it back up and we can walk through it. So she's going south, and you guys say she's going away from his house. How do you know that? What's our north-south on this map? It's a little... It says she's driving southbound. It absolutely does say she's driving southbound, but where's our north-south on this map? It's not so easy to know. The one way I know to know is on the diagram here. We're told there's their house, there's French Avenue, and south is that way. Depending on what side of the street this is, but we don't really know. So I don't know how to know what's north and south. Maybe you guys know. Everyone says south is to the right. Okay, that's wonderful news. Now tell me how you know that. We did have a map of the town at some point. Maybe that has north-south to it. Where was that? Ah, good. Okay. That's where you got it. It's on the website. Yes. Okay, good. Okay. So let's make something so we know for future. Okay, so now that we know that, we can say for sure now that she was headed towards his house at 11:18. Right? Because his house, not away, but towards his house is here. His house is here. She lives here. So she would have driven in, got the toll, and then come this way. And if she was going to kill this guy here, she wouldn't have gone to this toll. So I think that does alibi her. Now, if she was going north from his house, then I guess you could say she was heading up to kill him. So, now we know south is towards his house. So she says she's headed to his house. She says they watched the fireworks. So it makes her alibis completely valid. She's saying we went and watched fireworks. We got something to eat. Then we split up and I went to his house. I took the way I always go. He did something else. So she leaves the fireworks at around 11. She gets to the toll at 11:18. She gets to his house at 11:30, exactly consistent with what she claimed. And that's a solid alibi. So she's got her alibi, and we've got our episode 2 wrap up. However, we still don't know how to get into the files. What about this daily planner? Meet with Mayor Andy. Go over logistics. Pick up party favors. Late night with Heather. Ate lunch with Heather. Go over details. Riverside to start setting up. Call John for more candles. Call John for more candles. Call pub for donations. Okay. We still got our passwords. Well, that was a huge discovery of a photo. One of many. And that means a photo has solved episode 2 like episode 1. That's a little bit... Why is it doing that? Oh, that's the gallery. That's a little bit weird to have two puzzles, 2 things in a row solved by photographs. But we've still got to figure out the password. I were a suspect in these cases next 4th of July, I would go to the police station. It's true. All the suspects would show up at the police station and stay there all of July 4th. Okay, Rob did save us. Did you try the son's names for the file passwords? That was the logical solution before the police threw us off. I like that idea. That is the logical solution for sure, the kids' names. If the police have not been the best on this case. So it's not that crazy to think, can we clear? Can I clear? Let's see, let's go. We want the Al and Me fireworks, Henry, Danny, Johnny, and then the other one. Let's try another one. Okay, so the logical thing was the kid's name. So let's just try that. That would be amazing if that was the case. So Holden is 14, youngest is Hayden. So let's try Holden, Hayden. No, Holden, Hayden. I'll try caps now. Holden, Hayden. No. We could double check the black light, top, bottom, all around, inside of lid. I thought I did, but let me check it again. I don't need to turn off the lights for it. Is there anything else other than black light? No. There's nothing black light. Sorry, I should have showed you that while I was doing it, but there's nothing black light about it. Let's see. We also found a box for these sparkler candle. It looks like a menu he was working on for Bianca for the cafe. A menu Henry was working on for Bianca for the cafe. I want to see the list for today, the items. Inventory. Placemat ideas for crossword puzzle. Placemat ideas is that. Is there anything here for Bianca placemat ideas? So if we found all these, what would we get? And why would he put his password here? And here's his password. Let's just try a couple more things with candles here. If I type candles, candle, what's happening here? Is it removing it from here? Come on, guys. What on earth? Clear west. Now let's go back. Download these. Maybe try caps with the variants. Yeah, it just seems weird. Like, could that really be done? Candle. Candles. How about beeswax? Beeswax teakwood. This is this is why when you play Deadbolt, it says always with every password, no caps, all no spaces. Here it's like the possibilities and the idea that it would be this candle just seems silly. Like, it could be any combination of these. Why would the candle have anything to do with the USB? And if we solve this word search, we get tons of circled things. And then what? There's some intersection? That's just a bizarre concept. It's not even clear. Did he set this password? Is it really Henry's password? It seems like it's Henry's file, but then why on earth would his password be? John says, how about we just look for candle in the word search? It is weird that he's got this thing here as part of this word search. All right, but if we find candle, I don't know what we do with it. We can certainly try, though. Just looking for all the C's to make candle. Also, I don't see any candle, but also all of the encryption stuff we've seen in this game has been contextually set. In other words, when someone wants to send a secret message, they use a code. When the killer wants to send his encrypted secret message, he sends a code. No one is just writing codes out of nowhere. I think this is just an activity. But maybe he does love candles. But it doesn't make any sense that he would have a code in his word search puzzle. Well, it's time for us to take a break. Let's take our 8-minute break, and then maybe we'll have a little discussion about how to approach needing a password, what's reasonable and what's not. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing A Killing Affair, Lovely City, Season 1, Independence Day Killer, Episode 2. And we know who to eliminate to solve this episode's question. But we're still struggling on the last puzzle that the game doesn't seem to care if we solve yet, which is getting into the USB drive found on the victim, which seems like it's quite important. It's three encrypted PDF files. We think probably the same password on all three. And we've got a couple of conundrums facing us. First of all, we're not sure if it's Henry's USB drive or Dolly's, stolen from her house. If it's Dolly's and it's connected to the candle, maybe it's her father's name or something like that. Now, let me back up a tiny bit. The real reason we're sort of one of the main reasons we're confused about the USB drive is that it's oddly placed, and if the killer placed it, it could be from Dolly rather than the victim. But the really weird thing that's thrown us is that the game has had us call the detective in charge, and she said, I have a gut feeling it's related to this candle. So we've tried the names of the candles. But one of the things that's really throwing us is our logic tells us it shouldn't be related to the candle. So we're sort of conflicted here. The game and the detective really seems to be telling us that the password is related to the candle. It's a PDF password, which means it has to be exact, case sensitive. You can't make a PDF file that's got a flexible password the way you could if you were doing a website. You'd say, well, if the players use a space, I don't care. It's going to be okay no matter what. The PDF has to be exact. I would love nothing more. It would make my week if at the end of this, it turns out that this detective who told us that she had a hunch that the password was related to the candle, it would make my day if she was just way off base. And like, it's just further proof that the detectives running this case in this small Florida town are not top notch. That would be very unusual, though, for a game like this. You assume with a game like this that that's basically a hint that the game is giving you. All right. I do think it's worth talking a little bit about how to think about guessing a password and trying passwords. So I do want to do that a little bit. And then maybe we'll think about getting a hint earlier rather than later, although I will note it's been 4 hours. It's 3 a.m. here. We've got time. We don't have to rush through this. This game has been pretty straightforward up until now, so we shouldn't rush when we get stuck. Jonathan and Antina were both suggesting that we should go through this word search puzzle, which we don't know what else to do with. And Jonathan actually came up with a valid, I think it would be weird for him to be giving us a coded message in this word search, but it's not a bad idea to do this. And Jonathan had an actual theory, like maybe the letters that are left over could mean something. So we're going to try this. So far, this game has been very logical, though. So I think it would be interesting to, let's take this seriously. Let's pretend we were really cops and we discovered this USB and this really serial killer, and we really had to figure out how to solve it. Let's imagine two paths. The first path is that the USB is Henry's. In other words, it's his password that he set before he died, not knowing he was going to die. Okay, The second possibility is the USB is Dolly's. Stolen from Dolly's house. And let's consider our third possibility, which is that the USB is the killer's. That the killer has left this for evidence for us. Okay, we've got a reason to believe each of these. Not Dolly's house, Mandy's. Sorry, Mandy. Okay. Mandy is the one whose computer was clearly accessed. Just to verify, it's her scene of the crime at Mandy's house has blood near the computer. Yes, okay. All right, so the reason we think it might be Mandy's and staged by the killer is that the blood near her computer, which we don't have a reason for. The reason it's Henry's is it's in his glove compartment. We know some of the files reference Henry. It also references people we don't know who they are. And then this last one, USB is killer's. This could be Mandy's files, but he's encrypted it. Okay, so if it's Henry's, we should be looking for a normal password set by him, right? Not related to any serial killing, not set in an emergency. He was killed while he was drugged without defensive wounds, so this isn't going to be a case where he's like dying and writes out in blood the password. So if it's this, we should be looking for a normal password from his life. And no reason to think it's something that happened that day. That would lead you to believe things like his kids' names. If it's Mandy's on her computer and her password, this seems very unlikely because that would mean the killer left it and either left it without knowing what was on it or knows the password. So this seems the most unlikely to me now because the killer's not going to leave a USB card without knowing what's on it. But maybe he knew Mandy's password. Seems unlikely, but if he did, we would have a regular password from Mandy, from her life. Unlikely, but possible. And then the other, possibly most likely case is that the killer has left it. Now, a good reason why it's the killer is the glove compartment's open. So if you are the killer and you open the glove compartment looking for stuff, wouldn't you take it just out of curiosity? So this seems to me like the most likely case. In that situation, then the password could be a game. In other words, a trick set by him to play a little game with us. Chat says, another possibility is a slightly tweak for killer's USB. The killer's USB, but he could have the files from Mandy's computer, dropped it by mistake. Rob says, it's the killer's with files taken from Mandy's computer. I like this idea. For our purposes, we just care about who set the password and left it. So that still gives us this one, this possibility of it's a game, it's a fun, and a riddle. However, in this case, he would have had to set it before he left it. I do know, why have they not looked into this guy's phone records if his phone was left? Because remember, we're told that his phone is sitting here. Cardboard in back seat with sparklers and MADD logo on them. Cell phone and wallet. Glove compartment left open. Inside a candle and a USB drive and a word search puzzle. Okay, so that's one way to look at it. Are there any hints from the picture of the USB? Well, that's a great point because there is something visible. Let's take a close look at it using my wonderful cards. Cubes. What's going on here with these letters and circle? I find that very confusing. Is this the glove compartment? This background, is this purple or and picture in the thing any clue about that it's Mandy's USB? There's Mandy. We don't really have any clue for her. We do have pictures of her hanging out in the club at the bar that might help us. Oh, that's the candle. That's the candle. You're right. That's the candle. Okay, so this is Jesse not being as careful as he should be. It's a little concerning that I did not spot that that's the candle. Okay, so the cops did their job here. They took a photo of it in the glove compartment, as they should have. Is the handwriting the killer's? That's an interesting question. Or put another way, is the handwriting Henry's? Well, that's a great question. Here's Henry's handwriting. Okay, so Henry's handwriting for his planner looks like it matches exactly the riddle and the note. So this was all written by Henry. Does our drug dealer who works at Beeswax say that he picked up the candle? I just want to make sure because Henry mentioned stopping by on the 4th on his schedule. Can you answer the question? He called me, asked me if he could get some shit to hand out. I told him to stop by. He showed up around 3 p.m. So he did come and he did get the candle here. All right, I was hoping maybe he was going to say he didn't. Then I would say, okay, then the candle was planted by the killer. One candle to give away, really? Okay, well, okay, I mean, I think you have a good point. There's a very good point being made in the chat. Can we try John says, is the hand... Okay, Rob says, if we assume the candle's solution, are there any other marks on it apart from the top inside the lid? So there's no marks in the lid. Following Rob, can we try shaking the candle? Also note that he met for lunch with Heather, gives her an opportunity to drug him. It was not only one candle. The celebrations have passed. They've given away. Okay, so this is a really interesting point. When I open this up, it seems very clear. It's probably harder for you to see around the edges of this inside, that this looks really glued in there. It's not going to shake out. It's really sealed in there. But, so I made a little meta calculation that since we bought this used, it's not going to be the case that the person who played it before us, Jonathan, would have had to dig out this candle to look under there. It's really, you can't see it, but it's really so solidly in there. It's never coming out on its own. But you could imagine that Jonathan knew from the start that he wanted to pass this along. And so went online once he decided to open it, and instead of actually opening it, checked out the answer. So we can't assume that you wouldn't have to dig it out. But on the other hand, then, how would the killer couldn't have done this. Couldn't have put it in there, yeah. The killer couldn't have, and neither could have Henry. Now, who works at Beeswax? The drug dealer. All right, well, we've gone through some interesting ideas without stumbling on anything. Let's do the word search, then we'll come back and talk a little bit more about this password. There's a lot of words to find in here, but let's see if we can do it. So limes is here. I'm just going to go through these as fast as we can. I see hamburger right there. Okay, I see rice. Am I close up enough for you guys to see this? To do this on your own? I can get a little closer to do this with me. Baked potato. I see pizza. Sausage pizza, sausage pizza. Carrots. Spaghetti. I think this is just going to be something to pass the time. Apples. Pepperoni pizza. Apples. Corn dog. Try to do this as quickly as we can. There's nuts. The thing is, it's hard to imagine. It is hard to imagine why you would use your password in such a puzzle. cheese pizza. Jesse check. Okay, let's see. What does the chat want me to do? Is the label on the candle securely glued? Could we peel it off and see if anything is on the back? It's an interesting idea. It's a very interesting idea. Well, Jonathan got it. All right. Good work, Jonathan. That was very smart. It sure looked like it was secure. Now, logically, why has he put his password under the sticker of the candle? That makes no sense, but it was cool. Now, okay. That's great work, Jonathan. Saved us from trouble. We don't have to do the rest of this word search. Now, before we put this password in, Bianca911, I think it's a good opportunity to remind us of a few things. First of all, it's probably part and parcel for this kind of game that, we occasionally get puzzles like this, especially with props, that don't seem to make total thematic sense. Like, why is he putting his password in this candle thing? But maybe it's just a coincidence, like he always keeps this candle in his, I don't know. Maybe it was planted by the killer. If it was planted by the killer, then he's playing a game with us. So then it's not crazy that he hid it somewhere. However, the other thing I wanted to point out, so if it's planted by the killer, he was playing a game with us, and then it makes a little more sense. If it was Henry's real password, it makes no sense. Okay, now, I want to talk about two things. Some of you at home must be thinking, come on, get on with it. It's been an hour since we were searching for this password. But I do want to talk about a couple things. First of all, this is why you don't read the hints and solution. Because that was a fun moment when Jonathan figured out to look under the lid, look under the label. And if we hadn't, and we had read the hint, we would have been disappointed in ourselves. So it's a reminder, it's very frequent with adventure games and all these kinds of games, that it's very tempting to jump to the hints, and you almost always regret it. Not always, but almost always. So I'm glad we didn't. The second point worth mentioning is, we tried a bunch of passwords, right? And we tried the kids' names, whatever. And I talked about how the PDF passwords are very fragile. They can't be made to say, I'll work no matter what case you use and whether you use spaces. It has to be exact. And probably the lesson to learn from that is it's not going to be something you have to guess at. because it's not going to be something you have to guess at where you could try it in 10 different combinations. Like, it wasn't going to be some variation on these words that we'd have to try in with spaces, without spaces, caps or not. When we found the real password, it was very blatant that this is the exact password. So it's a good lesson when you're looking for a password. You're going to find, you're not going to stumble onto it. You're not going to try 10 passwords and have it be one. It's going to be something brutally explicit. All right, with all of that said, amazing work, Jonathan. Jonathan got MVP for today's session. And let's go in and open these files up. All right, so the first one is, let me close some of these statements. Can I close all of them? Okay, so first we're going to open Jill Sucks. 911 Jill Sucks. 911 Jill Sucks. The password was a little weird. It had Bianca 911. Can I just take a moment here to mention it was Bianca and then it had 911 in a superscript. I assume it's just all one. It just wanted to show us that one was numbers. I had a crush on a girl named Bianca Fuchsman in high school. And I forget who I was, but that was the only reason I went to school. It was like an hour on the train to get to high school at Bronx High School of Science. And the only reason I went to school was to see Bianca. All right, so Bianca's in this case again. It is interesting. All right, let's see if this opens it up or if I've done something wrong. Okay, here we go. Jill Sucks encrypted PDF says, date May 8th, 2004, to Henry Hopper, Communications Specialist, letter of reprimand. Mr. Hopper, this letter serves as formal written reprimand for your unprofessional conduct. Looking at your previous performance history, you were being a very diligent and responsible employee, but since last month, your performance shows lack of interest and management. Always forgetting your mandatory tasks, arriving late at the office, leaving early, or demanding an early leave. As an employee of this company, it's your responsibility to inform the office if you're going to be absent, late, or going somewhere else before coming to work. Unless medically unable, you are required to give at least a 24-hour notice. Please be advised that further incidents of this nature are subject to disciplinary action up to and including termination of employment. Jill Jillian, 911 Director, Human Resources Personnel File. This is just page 1 of 3. Okay, so this is from way back in 2004. And they're talking about 911 calls. So he worked for 911 operator. May 8th, he's acting up. He's late, almost like maybe he's addicted to drugs. He used to be a good worker, and then he's lately, since last month, since April 2004, Hopper 911, he's been flaky. That's the technical term for what's happening with him for the last month. Since April 2004. Okay, let's look at the next page. June 8th, 2004. He's got another reprimand. Mr. Hopper, this letter serves as a second formal written reprimand for unprofessional conduct when taking emergency calls. Not following emergency communication protocol leads this department to believe you are putting our community at unnecessary risk. Okay, now we're starting to see a pattern. The people being killed may have been involved in someone's death. A drunk driving accident. So maybe one person's the driver, one person served them the alcohol, and this guy took the 911 calls. Although this is 2004. Oh yeah, this killer has waited a while before striking, like at the 10-year anniversary. Okay. This is your final warning. Please be advised further incidents. So June, he does it again. June 8th. The first one was May 8th, but talking about April. Since last month, okay. All right. And here we go. Mr. Hopper, July 6th. Aha, here we go. July 6th, 2004. He did something, he made a bad mistake on Independence Day that got him so severe as to fire him. Mr. Hopper, this letter serves as a letter of termination. Not following emergency protocol has led to the death of a resident of Lovely City. There we go. As an employee of this company, it's your responsibility to follow all communication protocol and training. You've received appropriate training and warnings. Please be advised this decision is final. Okay, there we have it. July 6th, 2004. Incident led to death. There we go. Well, it seems like we've got our killer's motivation. We still don't know if the killer has planted this USB or not. Surely, yes, right? This guy's not carrying around this USB with him for 15 years, right? Clearly the killer has planted this. But this is a dangerous thing to put in an email. This is how you get sued. But I guess if you work for 911, maybe you don't worry about that. Chat says, yep. Bingo, someone's killing off people who were involved in that accident, yeah. All right, so that's that file. Jill sucks. Maybe I'll keep this open so we can print this out. In fact, can I? Well, I'll print it out offline. Okay, and now let's go to the next file. Okay, password. Are they all Bianca 911 or just that one? No, they're all Bianca 911. Okay, so here's Al and me fireworks. Let's get a closer look at this together. Now, I know who's going to get killed next. Al, the lawyer who handled stuff. Let's see what we can see. Bass Pro Shops. I got something in the back. Dolphin something. It's got a bit of a tattoo. We've got cars. But that photo looks familiar. But don't we have a photo somewhere of Al, it's either the mayor or the lawyer is what I think it is. I'm trying to remember. Is there anything more in this picture that's significant to us? Let's take a screenshot if we can. Now, that photo looks familiar. Which one is our guy? Which one is Henry? There's Henry. All right. So he's the guy on the left, right? And I wonder if we've got two Als. One is the mayor and one is the lawyer. Can we get a picture of the mayor on the town website? Okay, well, that's not the mayor, Andy Allen. But I think it might be the lawyer who we've got some photos of at the bar, I believe, from past events. Trying to remember, maybe past New Year's events. New Year's? Is that, what was the photo what was this called? Al and Me Fireworks. So that would be 4th of July fireworks, okay. Do we have a picture of that guy here? There he is. Al and Abby Adkins, that's the lawyer. Okay. Al and Abby Adkins, there he is, wearing that same shirt. He's the guy that Dolly went to change her will. Did he also help get someone off? And then he's going to be the next victim? Or is he the killer? I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't help get Mandy off the hook, and he's going to be next to go. So this guy might not be long for this world. I'd like to hear your thoughts, whether you think he's the killer or the next victim. All right. Next up, we've got our next password file. The good old days. Okay, we know the password. What have we got here? The good old days. That's it. It's just a photo. Who are these people? Henry, Danny, and Johnny. Henry, Danny, and Johnny. So that's going to be Henry on the left, Danny in the middle, and Johnny is going to be, I believe, our drug dealer. Let's see if I can show it properly so we can compare. There's the guy in the middle. That's Danny. Henry on the left is going to be our victim with blonde hair. I know when he was younger. And then Johnny on the far right, I believe, is going to be our guy right there. Oh, this is not going to zoom. Oh, it does zoom in. Boy, my Zoom cubes are pretty good. All right, so I think there we go. They were all friends. Henry's on the right? I thought that was John Johnson on the right. I don't know, maybe the order is not the same. There's Henry. Maybe you're right. Maybe Henry is on the right. I guess you're probably right. So who's on the far left then? Henry, Danny, and Johnny. Henry, Danny, and Johnny. So I just read it in order. Is there a fourth person working in the back of the photo? There is, but we don't know who that is. We can't see. All right, so do we not know who this person is then? Is this the guy who got killed, that we're gonna find out was killed? Johnny, some Johnny that we don't know, or is this Johnny from the drug dealer? I don't think that's Johnny as the drug dealer, right? We could probably know based on his height. So let's just check this out. Henry Hopper's height from his autopsy, 5'11". He's tall. Dolly's husband, we don't have his height because he's still alive. But this guy, John Johnson, I don't know. But okay, so we don't know the guy on the left. So this guy on the left, whose name is Johnny, is probably not our drug dealer, we think. And he might be, we don't know who he is. These two knew each other, though. They used to be friends. Unless that's John Johnson on the left, the drug dealer that they used to be friends with. I can't remember. All right. We've gotten all three files. We'll take some screenshots of them so we have them for later. Here's our password thing again. Let me save all these. This is why we use this program, Exodo, because we can save it with removing the password. We got to make sure to do these so that we can get back in these anytime we want. I need to make another video soon showing all the software I use for OBS for doing these live streams. Okay, looks like Karen is going to sleep. We're about ready to solve the episode if you want to hang out for that. Is there anything else we need to do before we solve? Otherwise, we'll see. You could watch this. You can watch this before the next one. Are we ready to go to the solution for this? I think we are, right? We are going to we want the page for this season. Here we go. So here's episode 2. We're going to eliminate our suspect. Here we go. Okay. Season 1, Episode 2. I mean, we've known the answer for this for a while. Okay. I don't know why it wants this. It didn't mail me anything last time. Okay. Who are we eliminating? We are eliminating Annie Allen. We very definitively got her paying a toll while going to Danny Dobbs' house away from the scene of the murder 8 minutes before we know he was killed. So she couldn't have done it. I'm going to rate this a 4 out of 5. All right, here we go. Everyone agreed? It was still a good episode. I just gave it a 4. Okay. Are we all agreed that this is our suspect? Annie Allen. Here she is. She's being eliminated. Okay. Here we go. Eliminate. Congratulations. Congratulations, Detective. Because of your hard work and determination, Annie Allen is eliminated as a suspect. Annie could not have been the killer. Her toll statement shows her going south on Madison just before the murder. In the previous case, it was again a photo online that let us eliminate people. This time, it was a photo online that was very hard to spot, that only one person spotted. In fact, I guess I gave Jonathan the MVP for looking under here, but we got to split that. We got to split MVP today with the person who spotted, was it Rob or Antina, spotted that at the back of one of Annie's photos, she had something pinned to her refrigerator door statement. And we had to really zoom in to catch the account number and then remember that it was a toll. So it was pretty cool. But boy, you could have easily missed that. But again, a hint would have helped you. Okay, so we got it. It was Rob. So Rob and Jonathan are sharing MVP for this. All right, let's just look what else we got. Okay, so we're done. But we still have that special envelope, which is our little interlude. So let us look at our little interlude for after we finish case 2. I don't think all of the episodes have this, but let's see what it says. From a PI. It's not from our normal cop. That's a little strange. Evers PI. Look at this guy. Look at his letterhead. Evers PI, Earl Evers, 55 Madison Avenue, Lovely, Florida. Dear Detective. He says, Earl Evers here. I'm a private investigator in the city of Lovely, Florida. I either received your voicemail or missed your call. Either way, I know you're looking for more information. I've been told you're helping the LPD in the case of the Independence Day killer. The information I have for you may or may not be anything of importance, but sometimes it's the smallest things that help us crack a case. I believe you were calling because of my involvement with Danny Dobbs, the husband of the first victim, Dolly. Danny hired me to help him. Not too long after the Independence Day killer took the life of a third victim. He had felt the LPD had considered him the main suspect, and he had concerns that his current windfall of income would make him look even more guilty. He wanted me to dig up dirt on Bianca Bryce. He had hopes that the information shared with the LPD would take the heat off him and put it on her. Problem was that the only information I could find on Bianca was either unsubstantial or irrelevant. In observing her behavior after Hopper's death, she didn't seem to be a woman in mourning as you would expect someone to be. Remember, she was dating Henry Hopper, and she wasn't in mourning. There was one thing that didn't sit well with me. I discovered that Bianca was in and out of foster homes until she was 17. She then moved in with her high school sweetheart, Steve Smith. Steve died later in a fluke fire in the office building he was working in. That death occurred on the 4th of July. Coincidence? Maybe not. Sincerely, Earl Evers. She was in and out of foster homes. Her high school sweetheart, Steve Smith, died in a fluke fire. On the 4th of July. I wonder now. Okay. So there you have it. Episode 2 in the books. A very interesting one. Lots of dense information again. A cipher this time that was quite a bit of work to do and not that, well, painted a bit better picture of what was going on. But other than that, well, we had two puzzles here. One was the password under the lid of the candle, and the other one was finding that photo. Interesting. I'm curious to hear how the story goes, but now we have a decision to make about playing the next episodes. So I have a proposal. I think maybe we played 2 out of the 5 this weekend, and I think the consensus in the chat is that we should wait until next weekend to continue. Is that right? And then, so I think maybe what we should, let's see if I can get this over here. Let me try turning this on here. Okay, so I'm thinking that we stop for this weekend and we pick up next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So my suggestion is that we try to finish it next weekend. So meet up again Friday at 11 and then Saturday at 11 for episodes 3 and 4, and then try to play episode 5 that Sunday rather than put it off for another week. What do we think about that? We can even start earlier on Sunday after the A Blinded Birder case, or do it 11 p.m. as normal. But that's my proposal, that we now wait a week and pick up again on Friday for episode 3, Saturday episode 4. Maybe if we get extra time Friday or Saturday, we would start episode 5. Otherwise, episode 5 would be on Sunday. The alternative is to play episodes 3 and 4 on Friday and Saturday, and then wait another week and play episode 5 the following Friday. Okay, everyone's good for the next episodes on Friday and Saturday. Okay, Anna says, you could do Sunday, but I can't make it. Okay, well, let's start with saying that we're going to play episodes 3 and 4 on Friday and Saturday, and then we'll see what we can do about episode 5. I think it would be a little painful to wait an extra week, but maybe not. Maybe the suspense would be good for us. All right. Thank you for joining me. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. we'll do our next turn of The Case of the Blinded Birder. That will only take an hour or so. And then next weekend, next Friday, we will play episode 3. You have to be impressed by the amount of story we're getting each episode in this one plot, this one case. And I am genuinely curious who the killer is. It feels like we're focusing in on who it is, but it's going to be interesting if it's someone that we've met many times. I am curious to see how it turns out. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow if you're joining me for the Blinded Birder. And thanks for being with me for this one.